Hello, everybody. Well, we're ready for part two of True Crime Metrix today. We're looking at, what are we looking at? We're looking at Catherine Mellender's second interview with police. Yes, 8 days later, after her initial interview with police, she returns after she's had some time to digest. You know, Catherine Mellender's one of these people that records everything on her phone, and not just the automatic stuff, but, extra stuff. She takes screenshots of everything, receipts, photographs. So she has quite a lot of information to give to law enforcement about, they're just trying to build up a picture, gather some evidence about Chandler's movements, his change in demeanor, his general going on around the time of the murders, right? And Catherine Mellender does a bang-up job, Not to say that she was an essential component to the prosecution. He was fucked anyway, right? Because he's a moron that left. I think I heard it on True Crime Losers channel, where he said that Chandler Halderson could have just saved himself all the nightmare, all the horrible, actions that, just imagine trying to saw off your dad's head from his body. What is that? With a steak knife. Imagine sitting there with a tape measure and measuring his arm and going, yes, that's around, what is that? That's around 26 inches long, so we're going to have to take off the hands so it will fit in the family fireplace, the same family fireplace where we all sit round on Christmas morning and open our presents together as a family. What did Bart get the two sons for last Christmas? Matching toolkits. Okay, well, Chandler used some of those tools to dismember his parents, and here we are. Yeah, he could have saved himself all the hassle of doing that. Just drug his parents' bodies out onto the front lawn, painted a big arrow to them on the floor, and just stood next to it, saying, "It was me." He could have just done that. He'd have been in exactly the same position, but he would have had more sleep. Anyway, he's a moron. We know that. But we're looking at his girlfriend tonight. She returns with a lawyer, family friend. I think he lives in the same cul-de-sac. The lawyer's sister was Cat Mellender's principal at, what's that guy's name? Phallic. Was it LaFallette? We read about LaFallette the other day. But yeah, we're looking at this guy today. Welcome, everybody in the chat. Welcome. Is this playing? Yes. Oops. This guy, he's about the same size as the couch. He's a big guy, big fella. He's about the same size as the couch, and when he does sit down in the couch, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get up again. He really sort of just morphs with the couch, and they become one.
There was some Janet will be in just a minute. I'll think you've got Janet. Oops. I'm Daniel.
He almost lost his eyeglasses off his head then. Did you see that?
Janet will be in just a minute. I'll think you've got Janet. Oops.
I'm just amazed. I am actually amazed that this guy's shirt actually seems too big for him. How did that happen?
minute. I don't think you've met Janet. Whoops.
I'd say that shirt's at least one size too large for him. I don't know where you would buy such a thing.
Janet will be in just a minute. I don't think you've met Janet. Whoops.
Okay, I'm Daniel.
Tim, nice to meet you.
I'd offer you a business card, but I realized I didn't bring any with me.
That's all right. I forgot mine too. So where is it?
Perfect.
Oh, I got mine.
Okay.
There you go.
Hi,
Thank you. I'm
Detective
Daniel.
Janet. Nice to meet you.
Nothing says professional like forgetting your business cards, does it?
Hi. Are you Catherine?
Do you think he just doesn't really have any? This is his first client. And I would have brought you a business card, but I forgot to bring them with me. I'm yet to have them printed. It's the first time I've needed one. No, I'm not. I'm ripping on the lawyer. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm ripping on the lawyer. He's perfectly nice and seems competent enough. And, it's all good.
Yeah. You go by Cat, right? Hi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too.
Thanks for coming up. Appreciate it. Doing okay? No?
Doing? Yeah.
Sure. It's been a lot over the last few days, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
been a week since the last time I sat in here. A week and a day. Today's Friday, right?
Oh, it is Friday.
It is Friday.
It's been a week and a day.
And just so you know that it's not lost on us how hard it's probably been for you and a lot of other people too. So we're very appreciative of that. So just, know that when we're meeting that, we keep that in mind, that we do appreciate the stuff that you're probably going through. So, okay.
Can I ask one thing up front?
Sure.
Is there any way you guys can change the narrative and the sheriff, even if it may not be fully true, to indicate that the girlfriend's not a suspect and that she's not somehow somebody you suspect, unless you're going to tell me we do suspect that, because it's just hard. I mean, she's 20 years old, 2 years out of high school, and her phone's just blowing up. I've told her, and I think she's followed my advice to shut down Facebook, to shut down everything that's a social platform, but she's getting all kinds of.
So that's why we can't get in touch with her, folks. How do we get in touch with Kat Mellender? I really would like to, just see how she's doing. Offer support,
Friends of, oh my gosh, I saw what happened with Chandler. What can I do to help you? Let me come talk to you. Let me come spend time with you and those things. So, it got worse yesterday after the sheriff had the press conference. And the last question he took was, is the girlfriend somebody that you're pursuing? And,
You didn't really answer the question.
well, he kind of dodged the question, which
I watched it.
and that's what I'm saying is, just for her benefit, if the answer could be at this time she's not, I said, I don't even care if I do care if she is, but to answer that, but just not to leave that suspicion out there.
Sure. I can look at that. I'll talk to our PIO and see if we can, moving forward, change our language up a little bit.
Okay. I would appreciate that.
I don't think that's unreasonable at all. So we can definitely go with that.
The big guy is a lawyer, Maria, and he's a kind of I don't know about family friend. I think he's a neighbor, but his sister, the lawyer's sister, is Kat's principal from her at school. So he's kind of known to the family, and he's come along to support Kat legally to have this conversation with law enforcement.
And then the other, I think it was George, maybe it was Detective Shunk, said I should remind or see if we were any further on a timeline of returning her car. And if not of returning it, at least letting her get clothing and personal items out of it. If we have to sign for him to get him, but just to get her things out of the car.
I think right now we have a lot of time sensitive things going on right now. So it is something that we are mindful that you clearly probably want your vehicle back, and we're trying the best we can to get what we can done. So I'm thinking hopefully, I don't want to do a timeline, but probably, the next couple of days we'd have more information, or it could be returned.
Okay. She's looking.
Man, they've still got the vehicle 8 days later. I mean, what do they need it that long for? I guess they've got pressing other things, It's not a priority, but, that sucks. Not having your vehicle for 8 days because your boyfriend murdered his mom and dad.
Looking at moving out of her apartment. Her lease ends at the end of this month.
Yeah,
So,
really quick.
On the 29th. I have to be out before
And they have all of her underwear.
noon.
Right.
That's the sublet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, in any event, if things change and for whatever reason we need to keep your vehicle longer, what are things you're looking to get out of there? Do you know?
I have like laundry in there. If I could just even get half my laundry, my mom has to keep buying me new clothes, which is not the best.
Okay. Is it in a basket or something or a bag?
They're like reusable bags.
Okay.
The clean ones should be folded. And some of them aren't because I just throw them in the bag. But my apartment keys, and then
And a bunch of the clothes that she has in the car were wet. You know, those are going to be moldy. You're basically going to throw all those clothes away.
I have a badge for work, but I've been put on administrative leave, so I'm not able to access anything. But I'd rather just have it.
Okay.
Because I'd rather not lose that. I have to pay for it out of
I was
pocket.
gonna say it's just one more thing.
Yeah, it's about $40. Yeah.
$40 here and there adds up quickly.
That's like 38 chickens. So poor college student thing. I need those 38 McChickens.
Been there.
Okay.
And part of this is, I always tell people in these cases, we do spend a lot of time proving what didn't happen. And so that's part of what we're trying to do.
I know. Thank you.
Yeah.
We understand. It's not like I'm like, I need my car.
I know, but it is inconvenient for sure.
I just want my underwear.
I get that.
Yeah, only have some for a couple days.
Sure.
Sucks having to rewash them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not, it's not easy having only one pair of bras.
Yeah, that can make life difficult.
Well, being a female, I can sympathize with you on there.
I can only empathize. Sorry. So what do you want to tell us?
The lawyer can sympathize and empathize. See, you could borrow one of the lawyer's bras, maybe.
Way?
So when we met yesterday, because I have been keeping up with the media, I haven't been watching any of the trials for my own mental health.
Mm-hmm.
And he was catching me up, and like when the Wisconsin River was mentioned, we were mulling over it. I was. And I recalled like taking a screenshot of him near the Wisconsin River because we share Snapchat locations with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And he like wasn't responding to me,
So bearing in mind, guys, this is on the timeline. This is after her first interview, before her witness testimony in court, both of which we've covered. And we've also covered portions of her jailhouse telephone calls with Chandler, which is after this, right? Where she seemed to be, how do we put this, oblivious to what he'd done, maintaining supportive demeanor and everything like that. But she's also here offering up screenshots of his location at the Wisconsin River where his mother's legs were found. It's such a weird sentence to say, isn't it? Where his mother's legs were found. Just her legs.
Responding to me. He always snaps me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just have it putting him there at July 3rd at like in the morning.
Okay.
Because I was at home.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Mariana Emmanuel. How you doing?
And I already know you have pictures from that, like those days.
Mm-hmm.
From when I gave my phone, but I just told him about it, and he's like, well, they'll take anything.
And that was my suggestion. As she said, I've told her to stay away from media, not talk to anybody about, basically she has no life. I've told her from last time she saw Krista and Bart till he was arrested. I mean, there's just nothing anybody needs to know that I'm aware of. And so she was mulling it as I was explaining, and she's like, oh my gosh, and pulled this up and showed me. She's got a GPS on the phone. Go ahead and give it to me.
It's from Snapchat. I don't know if you use that, but that's him by the Wisconsin River off of Gulf Road.
Okay.
And that's
It's got a
8:58
timestamp on it.
Okay.
in the morning.
Sure.
And then my phone always tells me what day it is. So it's July 3rd, 8:58 a.m.
Okay.
And it placed in there 4 minutes before, so 54.
Okay. Have you been to that spot?
Do
you know?
I don't know if it's that specific spot, but we used to swim on the Wisconsin River.
Okay.
And it's one of the spots we would just go to. And like I've only been there like maybe 3 times.
Okay.
But he's gone swimming there a couple times.
Okay.
Yeah.
When
Just the other side, show them the next one or the one before that.
Oh,
It's
the one
got a
with me?
date stamp showing her at her house like 5 minutes around that time period when he was at that location.
Okay.
So that's a different app though. It's on the app Snapchat
Okay.
and it's in my memories.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if you want to see a picture of my friend's kangaroo, but
Sure.
this is the kangaroo putting a diaper on.
Okay. I don't think I.
Okay, this is essential for the murder investigation. This is a kangaroo putting a diaper on, and here's Chandler disposing of his mother's legs. What is going on here? What is going on?
I've never seen that before.
His name's Scooby-Roo.
Where's that at?
So she has a farm,
Uh-huh.
and he was bred in Oklahoma on a game farm. So
Okay.
she has a couple enclosures, so she rescued him.
Sure. But where geographically is her farm?
Like, you know, before the water tower when you just pass in the airport.
Where? Here in Madison?
Yeah. So like when you're leaving Madison past the airport,
Okay.
there, you know, the water tower. Before that, there's a cross section, like a four.
I know, Vivian, right? The bed sheet shirt. The bed shirt. I think I could sleep on top of this guy quite comfortably. Like one of those water bed chairs, you know? Yeah. You wouldn't want to get in a boat with him, would you? A small rowing boat. Sit in the middle, dude. Okay? Don't go near the edge, dude. Okay? Yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, not even a small bed. A big bed. At least a queen.
Four-way
Oh yeah.
with lights. If you take a right and you keep going until the next like intersection type area that only has signs,
Uh-huh.
you look to your right, there's a farm, and you'll
Okay.
probably see a bison outside
Okay.
there.
Is this kind of out towards like the interstate, the truck stops? Is that?
Yeah, before you go under the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, before that.
Okay. That makes sense.
And then the more pressing important thing, me, July 3rd at 8:53 in Madison, Wisconsin. That's my dog, Chewbacca.
So where was that taken at?
This was taken at my mom's house in Madison,
And what time was it?
8:53 a.m. And that was around the time when I took the screenshot.
You were using Snapchat for that?
So when you take a screenshot of Snapchat, it goes to your like.
Yeah, I think he has to wear those goggles just to stop all the donut jam getting in his eyes when he eats. This is the kind of guy that will always volunteer to go and bring coffees for the office. Meanwhile, it takes him half an hour because he's stuffing his face with cream cakes, bear claws, chocolate eclairs, and blueberry muffins.
Like photos,
Mm-hmm.
but when you save a memory, it only saves to the memory of Snapchat.
Okay. So you saved that as a memory in Snapchat?
Yeah, so this is
Look, I like the lawyer. I'm sorry I'm ripping on him because he's fat, and you know, it's just he's real big, and I can't believe that his shirt actually looks like it's too big. Where is the guy that shirt fits well? How big is he? Where is the guy that makes this guy look small? I want to see that guy.
a memory.
Okay.
So like the picture I sent you, like these are all just memories.
And the other one, though, again, they'll tell us if we're giving them too much or it doesn't help them, I'm sure. But even her inquiring of him of why are you no longer location showing and having the drop call. So
Oh, the text messages. Yeah, because when you use Snapchat, when you open up the Snap, like open up the app, that's when it's going to update your location. If you don't open up the app, your location won't update at all. And I was like, hey, where you at? Where you at? Like, you're not responding to me on Snapchat. And like, we ended up calling, and he just said like he was in a dead zone.
Yeah, I know, Carrie. Well, when you live in a nation that has 45 variations of Mountain Dew, what do you expect?
I was like, what are you doing out there? You know? I think over the phone, I was like, are you like swimming like in the Wisconsin River after his fall? Like, that's not safe.
What did he say he was doing?
He said he was running errands to get CBD.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I was running errands to get CBD down by the Wisconsin River. The CBD dealer told me to meet him at this remote location at the swimming spot.
for the pain
What pain?
from the fall.
Okay. For like he has head pain, like or
Like he was
Yeah, he needed CBD from the pain from his fake fall.
having headaches and like, you know, he said he was having like leg numbness. He wasn't at like a brace until like not last Thursday, but the Thursday before. Sorry, Daniel.
I don't think she's worked out yet that whole injury thing never happened. It was a lie, right? It's only been 8 days. She's had enough to digest. She's probably still assuming that was all real.
Is that?
Good evening, Lego. Good to see you, Lego.
I mean, where does he normally purchase CBD, or is that something new he was trying?
That was something new he was trying.
Okay. Was he thinking of going to Sauk City to buy CBD?
Yeah, like we were on a call, so I don't remember everything.
Okay.
It was like an aha moment. Like I remembered that,
Mhm.
and like Daniel explains it as it doesn't seem important, but it's definitely important that you should try your best to remember.
I just find it interesting because I'm wondering how many CBD shops he would have had to drive past to even get there.
Yeah, he said that's where his guy was, like, because they were gonna give it to him for free or something.
Yeah, thank you for leaving a like on the video, Colleen. Just a reminder, everybody leave a like on the video on your way in. Good guys, good guys, good guys.
Okay.
So he could just try it out.
so he said his guy was going to meet him where his location was. Like by
No,
the
he
river?
was driving.
He was
there.
driving.
Okay.
So I think it was all over call like a couple
Okay.
weeks ago, but
Sure.
I think he was trying to say like he was driving back, and
So he never says he's actually there for a period of time, where his location is by the.
no,
Okay.
but when you're in a car, it shows you in a little car driving.
Mhm.
So if he was moving, it would have said that.
And he wasn't.
No, his
Okay.
location was just sitting there standing, and that means he's
So does the Snapchat emoji update to a avatar carrying a pair of legs? If that's what he's doing, I mean that'd be good, wouldn't it?
sat there.
Sure.
And sorry, it just takes forever to reload everything because we talk so much.
That's okay. I appreciate that.
And I just haven't been looking back at things, you know.
Understood.
So should I start at the top of Saturday?
Yeah.
So we were like talking at 7:32, and I asked breakfast burrito ? Because I was making us breakfast for when he was done with chores.
Mhm.
So it sounds good. I'm doing shit kind of slow, TBH, because I'm kind of sore. I'm like, I could have helped you this morning. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm going to the dump. I'm like, by yourself? Did you load the car by yourself? You can barely walk. I should have at least helped with that.
Mhm.
He's like, never mind, it's closed. I'm like, oh yeah, holiday weekend and shit. Pardon my French. I'm like, but it's okay. Also, can you bring the cheese? I forgot it.
You want to slow down?
No, that's fine. I'm just
being
saying.
very copious.
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm just doing like just the gist of what you're saying.
She's a very skilled note taker.
Yeah. But and
Must be an
then
inside joke.
and then he's like, sounds good. I'll be closer to lunch. I'm like, okay, I'll just food prep for now, I guess, because he said he was gonna be there like in the
They haven't offered the lawyer anything to eat. I'll stop, okay?
morning, but I guess that changed. Said, I also have pork chop if you prefer that, and that was like
Pork chop? Look at him light up now. What's this about a pork chop?
8:04, and then because he said he was gonna be there like in the morning, but I guess that changed. Said, I also have pork chop if you prefer that, and that was at 8:04, and then I did B ? Because short for baby.
Mhm.
And then I was like, hey, did you pass out at 8:38? He's like, I'm okay, I'm awake now. That can be done. I'm like, okay, breakfast burrito for lunch. And he said yes. And I said, okay, what chores do you need to do? Also snap me back. And this was at 8:30. I'm like, I'm talking to Kira a lot, my friend in Berlin, Germany.
Mhm.
And I don't want her to be my number one because when you snap someone more, they move up to your number one spot in Snapchat. Tell me if I need to like keep explaining things about
You
Snapchat.
kind of do.
Okay, so Snapchat, you can,
have a favorites list.
yeah, it's like your best friends list.
Yeah.
And he's been my best friend for 3 months plus. And so we get like a special emoji.
Mhm.
And so there's this thing.
You see, this is exactly why I've never had Snapchat. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. You know? Well, he's been my best friend on the friend list for 3 months, and we get a special emoji. Okay.
Like in location sharing, you can like share with everyone, share with these people except, and then share with only these people.
Okay.
And him and I share with each other. And that's why I had his location. And then he said, pick up CBD from the dude is major. And I was like, what? I'm like, dude, where are you? And then I asked, are you not snapping me so I don't know your location? Because like picking up CBD, I kind of want to know where he is. Because that just sounds sketch to me. I'm sorry, I'm not
Much more
vapor.
Well,
post
from the
all
pharmacy,
of this versus thinking meant nothing back then.
right? But coming from the pharmacy world, you know the deal with CBD.
Yeah. But, you know. I'm like, did you just hang up on me? I'm like, call when you're out of a dead zone, because like we kept calling and it kept dropping and calling and dropping, and he was like, just driving through dead zones, you know? And I was like, CBD. I'm like, okay, I guess if it's free.
Suppose.
Yeah. And then that was around like, those for like were around like 6:39 was I don't want Kira to be my number one. And then he said at 8:57 he was picking up CBD. And that's why I was checking his Snapchat location, because I think he snapped me around then.
Okay. Was all of this via Snapchat or what?
So this was text messages,
Okay,
which
sure.
you guys already have. And then the phone call records, like we were talking about it. But if you need a screenshot of my memories from like what I was, like where I was, I can take a screenshot of it and it'll have the location, the date, and the time. And I'm willing to send that to you guys, because I don't know how Snapchat works and downloading stuff that you guys do.
Would we be able just to dump her phone if she makes
You guys already did that.
Oh,
We
did
did.
we? Okay.
Yeah, we did. We've got.
Sorry, I'm a little behind.
No, it's okay. I remember because I had to sit here for a while.
We were here a long time that night. As far as that goes, yeah, we might ask you to, just to kind of give us some movement, if you don't mind.
That's fine. Do you want me to send it to like you, or I have Liz's number, or I can send it to you if it's in the card?
You can send it to me.
Okay.
I
Let me
may not
just
see
take a
it while I'm here. I'll put the Wi-Fi for those.
Yeah. It's my dog Chewbacca. He's a real looker. He'll be happy with the photo.
That's all right.
I was going to ask you what his name was.
Chewbacca. We call him Chewy for short. I just bought myself some
Your
new.
email address or your name? I'm sorry.
My first name is Tim.
Okay.
Last name is Blank, Blanke.
And your email address, you want her to send it to you?
Yeah, if she can email it, that's fine. It's just blank@danesheriff.com. Yeah, that's actually better than text.
Yeah. He's very cute.
I'm sure he is. What kind is he? What breed is he?
He's like a terrier mix.
Okay.
How
old is he?
He turns 3 in February.
Oh, what's his slow guy?
Yeah.
Is he one of those who's kind of got like short man syndrome where he's always barking like he thinks he's the...
Only when people he doesn't know are over, or like there's
Small dogs.
not as bad as my mom's dog Muffin.
Okay.
She's like 5.5 pounds.
Uh-huh.
Will not, but she pees on everyone because she's so excited, but will not stop barking.
I get it.
You ever just get so excited you pee?
Well, I'm not quite that old, but I'm getting there.
Yeah.
And then I'll send it to you on my personal email.
Okay, that'll work good. Thanks, Kat.
And then it's blank at danesheriff.com.
Yep.
Picture at home. Oh, that sounds weird. With Chewbacca
That works too.
As well as the screenshot of him.
of Chandler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The emoji.
How
Show me.
do I add this one? Yeah, kangaroos. Definitely been helping with
Did
everything.
not know we had kangaroo farmers.
So if you ever have a wedding, they have weddings at the farm because they
Okay.
have one of those barns.
Uh-huh.
Take a picture of the kangaroo.
Yeah. I just imagine, this cop goes to his fiance and says, "Listen, I'm just interviewing this girl on a murder investigation, and she says that her friend has a kangaroo farm, and we could get married there." Should we go for it? The wife's just like, "Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Don't ever suggest anything to me ever again. Okay?"
This would be very popular.
Yeah, they used to have two, but the other one would like slap people. They would try to fight people.
Well, that's not good for business.
Yeah. I think it punched only one bride though.
That's all it
I was
takes.
gonna say.
Interesting visual,
You're not
whether
gonna
it's a
get-
photo or a videogram
It's going to help your Yelp reviews. That's for
of the
sure.
bride getting beat up by
This kangaroo is punching brides that come to get married at the kangaroo farm. Yes. Maybe it is a good idea.
a kangaroo.
I think she said she liked it though, because it's a they don't have kangaroos in Wisconsin.
True.
They passed away before COVID, and then they just.
Wow, look, Kayla is salt and peppering pork chops right now as she listens. Maybe we should make pork chops the dish of the case. That's this is going in the cookbook, guys. This idea, it started off as the Adelson cookbook, right? Maine lobster, pizza and sushi at the same time, paella, murder birthday paella, all sorts of stuff is coming out of the Adelson case. Then we went over to the Ezra McCandless case and we got blueberry muffins and prison pancakes, right? And I've just been thinking that it shouldn't be isolated to the Adelson case. As we move through each of these criminal cases and so on, if any food comes up, it should be added to the list. And once we have a kitchen in the Metrix studio, we will be cooking each and every dish that comes up. And eventually, we will formulate those recipes into one big True Crime Metrix cookbook. How great is that going to be, folks? Yes, what was that just came up? The Chandler Halderson pork chop dish. Tacos, obviously, is another big one.
Other one. Scooby-Doo. But once again, it's blank BLANKE at danesheriff.com.
Yep.
Sheriff SHERIFF.
Yes.
I'm bad at spelling.
I used to have to check my patch. So
Just as we're talking, I've got another question because I heard the news, and again, I'm trying to isolate her from everybody else so there's no contamination of, I can't remember if Crest told me that or my mom told me that or whatever. Okay? So in that regard, when she came to see me the other day, we were talking about that somebody had gone to the house and mom let you in without a warrant. You took a Swiffer and some rubber gloves. It's my understanding that they found rope.
I think we should also get a Swiffer wet jet and review it on the channel. I'm sure we could find one on eBay or Amazon or something like that and get it sent to the Metrix studio. A Swiffer wet jet.
ROPE in the dumpster outside in the garage. She'd heard rope. So I'm wondering if you can share with me whether they found rope. Like, did you tie people's wrists or do things with, or a robe that you would wear?
I don't think it's a secret. It's rope with a P.
And that's like,
Did you say in garage or out?
whatever the dumpster was.
I don't exactly know, but I know.
Okay. I mean, she wasn't there and doesn't know any of that. And I told her even that, rather than ask your mom about that, we'll find out, versus there be a question of whether she has independent memory of something happening or somebody told her.
Yeah.
If I'm being stupid about that, let her open up much more.
Well, that's fine. I was there for that, so I can confirm that.
Hey, Colleen, who is studying for her forensic anthropology class. So, Colleen, is there like one main book that is the be-all book of studying for forensic anthropology? If so, what is that book? Because we should get that book and review it on the channel.
I'm sure you my mom, so she has an accent. And so she was like, oh yeah, they found rope. And I was like, robe, because my robe's at my apartment. I didn't bring it home. And she's like, and she looked at me, and then like we didn't talk about it. I was like, okay. And then he was like updating me, and it was like, yeah, and like did they tell you about the rope? I'm like, rope pit? Rope?
Yes.
And I was like, I thought it was a robe.
Nope.
But
That is true. I got your email.
So it worked. Good.
Yep, we're all good there. From Killer Cat.
Is there anything else that you can think of that you were coming here to share with us?
just he was gonna go see the CBD, and then like the Wisconsin River thing, like, because isn't that like where they found the new remains or something? He was like giving me a rundown.
Roxbury,
Roxbury? I don't know if that's the
Town of
same.
Roxbury,
Yep.
Yeah.
which is, again, from the emoji, looks like it's, I thought it was Ford on one side of the river. I can't remember what was on the other side in Highway 60.
So, yeah, basically the river there forms the county line.
Right, okay.
And the east side of the river is Town of Roxbury. The west side is Sauk City.
Yeah, by Ruth Culver Community Library.
Yep,
It's like
because that's where Culver's is headquartered. That's the hometown. That's the hometown of Culver's.
Mhm.
So the Culver family has.
Yeah.
Major holdings.
Yes.
Right off Wolf Road.
Okay, that makes sense. Is there anything else you wanted us to know about?
Wow, I just looked up the Introduction to Forensic Anthropology 6th edition by Stephen N. Byers and Chelsea A. Juarez, and it is $80. Damn those textbooks. Surely we can find one in a secondhand store, but probably in Portuguese. Well, we'll keep on dreaming for that one.
Want to talk to us about?
Is there anything you want to ask her?
Yeah,
You-
we
yeah.
a couple of
You're
notes
okay
if you
with
don't
that?
mind.
Okay, I've explained to her she's not under arrest and all those Miranda things, and if it gets uncomfortable, we'll just ask that we speak. But I think we're good. I mean, we've been talking as much, and for what it's worth, I've asked her to just write down the narrative. I think she's doing talk to text and is having trouble with that app.
Sure.
And so just doing that, so kind of frees up her mind later, trying to remember a month from now or whenever what happened and when it happened. So she's working on that.
Good. Perfect.
I'm gonna give a forewarning. I have a very emotional stomach. Daniel's giving me updates, and I throw it up in their house.
Sure.
So I'm just gonna grab the bucket.
Yeah, Carrie, that's a great trick. Cast iron skillet, good sear, whole pan into the oven to finish. That's a chef's trick.
For now.
Feel free.
Okay, yep.
And you know where the restroom is from
I
being
do.
here last time.
I wouldn't make it.
Well,
Watching.
just for whatever you need. I don't think we're going to hit you. I don't anticipate we're going to hit you with anything too.
I'm just a very emotional person.
Understood.
That's fine, and I can go get Kleenexes too.
Whatever you need.
Usually we have some in here.
Yeah.
Not today.
Not today.
I probably used them all up last time, to be real with you guys.
So I think you did a really good job with the timeline.
Mhm.
You know, when you initially talked to detectives and stuff, and that was great. I mean, there's a lot of information. So that's really good. But there's a few things I think just that really could be important or not important, but it's probably something we should fill in the holes a little bit.
Okay.
Just going through some of our stuff. So we're gonna go back to January 1st.
January 1st.
Or sorry, July 1st.
Well, you threw me for a loop there for a
I
second.
was like,
When I saw his head turn, I'm like, I said that wrong. I meant July 1st, sorry.
what day is that?
July
Thursday?
1st would have been
Thursday.
That's a Thursday. So you indicate that you worked till 5 that day, which I think is normal,
Mhm.
correct?
What
what
is hazardous?
So that would have been a Thursday. What did you do that evening? Did you go to your apartment, your mom's, Chandler's, or someplace else?
I think I was at my apartment. Let me check. It's weird. I almost always say everything on Snapchat, and so like if there's something I don't recall, I try to check there first. But I think I went home. Sorry. I've seen naked photos.
We're about to go into a 20-minute struggle with her naked photos. I mean, how many naked photos does she have? I mean, and anyway, we'll get to it.
I think I went home for that one because on the 2nd in the morning, there's a promiscuous photo of me on my bed sheets, and they're the ones at my apartment.
Okay.
So I was there Thursday night, and yeah, I remember staying there.
Meaning at your place.
The sublet place, yeah.
Okay.
Have little bee, like, pattern.
Bumblebee?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like little bumblebees. Sorry if I was just saying bees. I'm not explaining, like I'm just laying out a bunch of bees.
Well, I figured like it was. I wasn't sure, so that's why we.
Yeah. It was bumblebee print. Yeah. That's why one of the reasons why I got the sublet, because I can take the back roads home. And then I park in the parking garage at the Lark, and yeah, I remember I got off at 5 because I was working hazardous. Usually just take the, I don't know if you've been on Deming Way. When you're going down Deming Way, I don't know if you've passed the pharmacy services building, but there's like a turn you take past like the scissor place. I don't know. Yep. And then you take the roundabout, and then you go to the right. I don't know street names. I'm so sorry. Okay. And then you take a left, and then you'll pass like a swim store, a co-op store, and that's the way I take to get to the sublet, because like traffic's awful on like the belt line. And yeah.
Okay. Is there anything wrong with that one?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then so the picture that you have, you said it's a promiscuous one. So I'm not trying to be intrusive or anything, but I mean, is there a timestamp on there or anything? Or?
Yeah, the promiscuous one is from Friday morning when I was getting ready for work, like before I was getting ready for work. Can I at least censor my boob? I'm young and I have a boyfriend.
The lawyer's trying to make it clear that he's not trying to look. I mean, I know he's not trying to look, but he's really sort of like staring forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not here judging by any means.
No,
No worries. Yeah. Honestly.
Yeah. It was
Find
just
me a young person that doesn't have that on their phone.
Yeah, truly.
And then I'm going to wonder about them.
It was July
Well, that would be judgmental,
2nd at 7:35
They might be Amish or something.
a.m. because I didn't work till 8:30.
Do you mind if I just verify that? You can cover what you found if you want.
You can see my pajama pants.
Sorry, I do have glasses. You said you could see your sheets though?
Yeah.
And they bumblebees or something?
Yeah, you might see a little bit in both, but you see in the corner how there's bumblebees.
How about we won't look
Yeah,
and you can
right
just
on
take
the
your
light.
hand off and let her see it?
Huh?
How about we won't look and you can just take your
Yeah,
hand
that's
off?
true.
Is that okay?
Okay. So
That's
right,
the
the bumblebees.
Yep.
Okay.
And you see that quilt right there? That's my top sheet pretty much. It's like a cast. I don't know.
So what? She's okay to show a woman her tit, but not these. Look at this lawyer now. He's trying to lick the pizza cheese off his sheet of paper. Is that some ranch dressing?
If you shop at Target, but it's Casaluna knitted.
Okay.
And so it's like my knitted blanket. I haven't even taken it from my apartment, and I haven't changed the sheets or anything.
Okay.
But I do park in the parking garage there, and that could definitely probably verify what time I got there Thursday night.
Is it cute? So like a key card or
So on my apartment keys, I don't know if you guys looked at them, but it says Lark. There's 2 circle fobs and 2 keys.
Mhm.
The black one is to get into the building. The blue one's to get into my room, and one's for the mailbox. And then I don't know what the other one's for. I never asked. I think it's probably like an emergency key.
Since it's a sublet, did the owners of the building give that to you, or do the people you're subletting from give that to you?
So I did like a formal sublet. So like I put like my information.
General Psychology, Colleen. Is that another book you used? That sounds great. I love books like that. But first we have to get Michael Swan's Practical English Usage. That is a good read.
So they know I'm subletting there.
Okay.
And it was just left by the person who was subletting for me.
Okay.
Because you can choose to get it from the people in the building or get it from the person you're subletting from.
Okay.
And she said it would just be better for me to get it from her on her time, but she ended up leaving before, so my roommate Tara gave it to me.
Okay.
Let's see. Anything more about the first?
That's right. Who said that? Tina. Tina says, I don't think she means promiscuous. And you're right, isn't it? Let's look that up. Promiscuous. Having or characterized by many transient sexual relationships. That's not what she's talking about at all, is it? Demonstrating or implying an unselective approach, indiscriminate or casual. Yeah. What is the word that she's going for? It's not that. I think people get those that misuse the word promiscuous all the time in that way, right? Slutty.
There's also hella, excuse my French, cameras in the pharmacy. And if you ask for like the time I clocked out, they could definitely give it to you.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Because I have to manually sign in on the computer every time, and it's down to the second.
Okay.
On the first, we noticed that you FaceTimed with Chandler.
We FaceTime almost every night.
Okay. Fair. We know you did that day.
Yeah.
And we'll just assume you did every other day too. But anyway.
Pretty much.
Looks like we noticed a screenshot, because I actually was the one that downloaded your phone. But only on the days that you asked, you authorized.
Again, Maria Gabriel, yes, I would so love a copy of the DSM-5 just to have it, just because it gets referred to. I think it could be really good for the channel as well, because anytime something comes up, we could look it up, we could look it up together and just see what it was. But it's such a iconic textbook that it'd just be nice to own a copy. Man, all these textbooks that are getting read out, I'm spending like $5,000 on reading material.
Yes.
To be clear.
Because there's
Whatever. None of my business. But anyway, he's in the shower in that one.
Yeah, you can tell the cops get really bored with like this whole, like, look, we don't care about your tit pics, okay? This is a murder investigation. 2 people have been chopped to pieces, okay? We don't care about your tits.
Okay, yeah, we do that quite often.
Okay.
We'll set it up if we're like taking a shower.
That's fine. My question is just, do you remember like what his demeanor was, or like was he different than usual or anything like that?
No, just like tired. We were like joking. I'm trying to remember. I saw his notes. But we were joking as usual. Talking about our days. I think, yeah.
Do you remember what he talked about, like what he did that day or anything?
No, not really. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah, not much. He didn't really say much. He said he was at home in his room playing Tarkov. Then he fell asleep.
I mute myself.
Okay.
And that's like around the time his parents are usually home. So like I muted myself. And then like he was trying to talk to me and he was like, no, it's fine. They're not home right now. I don't know if he mentioned they were doing like a pickup because Miss Halderson, she's really scared of coronavirus. So she would just do pickups like everywhere. And it wasn't unusual for Mr. and Mrs. Halderson to go do a store pickup. I think he mentioned that.
You mean like curbside pickup when you buy stuff?
Yeah, like Target, the app you hit pickup.
Gotcha.
So I remember him mentioning that, and I think I was unmuted when we were talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what store it was that they shopped at?
She would do like all over. So he just said mom was doing a pickup, which is
I don't know if it's necessarily derogatory, Carrie B, the word promiscuous. It's like promiscuous would suit the character of Esmeralda McCandless, right? Because she's sleeping with everyone. She has a transient attitude when it comes to sexual relationships. And what else did it say? It said demonstrating or implying an unselective approach, indiscriminate or casual, right? So polyamory, basically.
lingo for she's doing a pickup and they're going to.
It's coffee time.
Yeah. Like, even, the farmer's market when they were doing a pickup.
She would do it that there even? She would do it at that?
Yes.
Okay.
Everywhere. Like, even if they didn't finish the food, she would always make sure everything was stocked up.
How many times do you remember how many times you FaceTimed with Chandler that night?
I can check the records. It's like, we'll call and then like hang up if one of us like is doing something, like the 8th. Oh yeah, that's good enough. Maybe. What day was the 8th?
Thursday.
Yeah, so okay, I guess I don't have one be FaceTimed. It's not loading. It because I talk to a lot of people, it cuts off like after a certain amount of days. It won't let me go past the 8th.
So you don't have anything back on the 1st then?
I can check the screenshots for about what time it was.
Yeah.
It was around 7:49.
Okay, that was the first time? Or was it the only time?
I honestly don't recall if we hung up and called back and hung up and called back.
Okay.
But we just FaceTime so often. Yeah.
When you downloaded it, would yours have, since you downloaded a week ago, you'd be able to go back further?
Yes. So when we download a phone, we have to take the whole phone. There's no way to limit what we take by dates.
Right.
But she only authorized viewing the 1st through the 8th. So that's what we're only going to view. It's kind of like when we consent for a house and somebody
Would it
says, stay
help
in this
for,
room.
well, the first is, so you'd have that possibly even though she doesn't.
Your call.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. Do you know over the weekend of July 2nd what car that Chandler drove?
He was driving his dad's blue Subaru. I remember said the brake light was popping up, so he had a little bit of brake fluid or something.
Oh, the brake light kept coming on. Okay. So that's the one he would normally drive, typically?
No, he usually drove his mom's because that was his dad's pride and joy. He got it detailed for $100-something, and he was like, "That was a steal." Yeah.
So he normally wouldn't drive his dad's car just because of that.
He has been allowed to drive it before, but
Sure.
usually they would lend him his mom's.
Okay.
Yeah, or he could just get his own car, with all of his paychecks from American Family Insurance. Oh no, wait a minute.
All right.
You know, if we gave this lawyer a real good makeover, you know, I think the thing is with clothes this big is that they don't make them in a lot of different colors, you know. That is that shirt, that style of shirt is so, you know, it's just it doesn't exist to look good, does it? It exists for the purpose of fitting, which is funny because it doesn't even really fit in. But you know, what would be his color? You know, if we dressed him up like a real suave club owner, you know, what would he look? What would he be wearing? I don't know. Maybe one of those big shirts that you can buy in Vegas with the embroidered front, you know, the pattern down the front.
Did he drive your car all over the weekend?
He didn't drive it. He rode in it
Okay.
on Sunday.
Okay.
And the only thing he brought in was like his tumbler, because he brings that with him everywhere because he likes cold water.
Mm-hmm.
A towel and a swimsuit.
Okay.
So what was the towel and swimsuit for?
Yes,
Because we were having
something like this, you know, just with the full floral pattern, the little sunflowers on the lapels, and this is the important thing: the stripe that runs down on either side of the buttons and then goes around the waist. I think that would look great on him, and of course the sleeve stripe as well. That's also very good. Wow, look at, you see? Look how good it looks on this guy. Of course, he's not a large male, but you know, we just need to up the size.
a family dinner with my mom and her fiance on the farm.
Okay.
And then we were in the pool.
Do you know where that stuff's at now?
It would have been at the house. Can I go pee very fast?
Oh, for
Absolutely.
sure. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Just go ahead. Get it away.
You're gonna lock me in?
I won't stand out here.
Right.
You're good.
I don't know if I can get out of here. I didn't realize we snuck in so much.
But then I'm down for the count.
I know. Like,
Is this the furniture they put in when they built this building?
since I've been here,
Okay. That's what I figured.
I'm here about 27 years.
Would it help you if she authorized further back on her phone before the first? Is it anything?
Definitely.
Okay. How far would you like her to go back?
I mean, put that on the whole thing.
And you know, we're not looking to like embarrass her. Like we know,
Right.
we know
And of
kids
course,
that
she's
age.
20 years
Yes.
old, and
Yeah.
you know she.
How about this, guys? Look at this. I think we have a winner, right? Waistcoat with brass buttons, coffee-colored tie, little what do you call this thing here in the pocket? Breast pocket handkerchief. It's got the combed hair there. That looks great. Imagine this guy sitting in the club car of a first-class ticket, interstate rail, sipping on a Negroni. He'd look the part, that's for sure.
David is reluctant to tell me, and so on.
Right.
So
Right.
I have, like I said, I have yet to meet somebody in that age bracket
Right.
that doesn't. And if they don't, then I have to wonder what they're.
I won't say. I was going to say I'll take my car back down to my phone back down to the car, and then we'll continue. Can you tell me, is there things that you're concerned about her that we think more than she's just the boyfriend of somebody who may have done these things?
more concerned for her, or like
we think she's a suspect or an accomplice or an accessory?
right now we have nothing to suggest that, to be honest. I think we're just trying to fill in some holes a little bit.
And I appreciate it. I'm going to take you at your word. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, every time I talk to her, for what's worth, and not breaching attorney-client privilege, every time I see her, I say, is there anything that you haven't told me before that you want to tell me, even if it's, hey, I know exactly where Krista is, and pretty straightforward with people.
Right.
You know, this is just so hard on her. And
At 20,
yesterday did not help, as I said, when the sheriff cut off in the news. I don't know if you saw the news. I'm watching all the news, and the reporter said, and when we asked him that, the sheriff abruptly ended the conference and walked away.
Which he wasn't planning to for it because of that question, I don't think.
Right, but the reporter made it. I'm the one that asked that question, and he abruptly, or whatever words were, but he did kind of say, I'm not going to discuss that, and then walks away, which the news then make of, aha, we've got another smoking gun.
Right.
I think
Well,
that was
and
Tony
that's,
Galley, wasn't it?
yeah. But we know how the media works, and unfortunately, it's portrayed that way, which does not bode well, obviously, for Kat
Right.
and the situation. So, you know, we can't control what they put on there, but you're right. They certainly can. They want to, you know, they want to.
They want to
top
be the
news
first
story.
one, you know, I mean, whichever one said. I was the first one to ask that question.
Absolutely. That's
Heaven
what
forbid we
sells.
call the Inquirer when we leave here today and give them the version. Maybe they'll get honest reporting for once.
Yeah.
So,
Like
I was just
said,
asking him, Kat, about the whole idea of the importance, not that you've got anything to hide. He'd like you to authorize that they can go back further on your phone instead of just limited it. Is there anything you would feel like you shouldn't do that for? Or is there something, heaven forbid, you use marijuana and there'd be evidence of that or anything that you're worried about?
I mean, how far would you go back?
My preference would be to take the whole thing. And I don't care, but it's a nice way for us to also be able to go back and say, hey, we dug into this girl. There's nothing there.
Right. We don't really care about if there's casual marijuana use, if there's like nude photos, videos. We're not interested in any of that, and we're not here to judge any of that.
And they're not going on YouTube.
I know, but I'm like,
I get it.
I feel like a lot of naked photos.
It's okay. We don't share those, and that will never like be displayed anywhere. It won't be. It's not even something that we'd even have to put in a report. Like, oh, we saw a bunch of nude photos. No, that's not our direction of where we're going with this.
But for example, you said the gun. Did you talk to him about, I mean, would there be stuff about that of when he conversations, or you asked him, why did you buy a gun, or why did you get a gun, or anything like that? I am believing would be helpful to them.
Um,
You want to talk just me for a minute?
I'm just trying to remember. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, there's something with your soap. I'm like sensitive to some soap, so
Sure.
like I think I might be having a reaction. Yeah.
Oh.
But I put sanitizer on it, so hopefully that helps.
Okay.
Sorry if I'm just brushing my
Well,
hair weirdly.
not that lotion will help, but I have lotion, if you need lotion too. So
Usually makes it worse.
yeah.
I've tried.
Well, just think about it.
Yep.
That's nothing.
Yeah.
You have to make a decision.
I've already been advised to not delete anything, so I wouldn't. But it's just the
Well, they've got a copy of it anyway, so.
yeah.
Yep.
It's just the naked photo thing's like huge for me.
Okay.
It's like if you want to go like a day before, sure. I was with my friends. I have a picture at their place.
I mean, you had last contact with Bart and Krista, you said on the 28th?
On the 26th.
26th.
Yeah,
Would
let me
that
just
help
make
at
sure.
least to go back to last time she did contact with them?
Yeah, the 26th was the Saturday.
I think even the 26th would be good. If we could go to the 26th through what we already have, if that's okay.
Just want to see the damage I have on you. Because, like, it's embarrassing.
It is,
It
but
is.
you know,
Why doesn't she just delete all the naked photos and say, listen, the only thing I've deleted is the naked photos, and they're gone. So now you can have everything.
to be honest, it's well, first of all, it's not unusual. We see a lot of that, and honestly,
I know. Imagine the things they see on people's phones. I mean, people's phones are dark places. I mean, not just because of naked pictures, but it's like the image that if someone does an analysis of you just based on what's on your phone, imagine what's going to come up. I mean, I don't know. It just seems like it's almost like a capture of a person's entire life, isn't it? Like the most private things are all just stored on this device.
It's not even a forethought of any of ours. Like we peruse past all that stuff. It doesn't even.
To be honest, at this stage of the game, it's just not even interesting anymore to us.
I mean, we appreciate the sensitivity it is for you, but on our end, it's really not.
That suggests that at one point it was interesting to him.
a big deal at all.
It's business.
There's like a lot of naked photos.
Most people. Here's the thing: people do it. They usually don't take just one. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly doesn't reflect on anything that we think of you or.
And let me tell you this: I do have an option in that software to redact nudity.
Oh, there you go.
What was that option?
Of you or.
And let me tell you this: I do have an option in that software to redact nudity.
Oh.
Software to redact nudity, was that? That's hard to hear. I don't know what he said.
And you may go to the 26th.
Okay.
But I'll let you know now.
Mm-hmm.
I have some screenshots of some people's like Facebooks. I was trying to stalk my friend's old hookup.
Okay.
Because we were like talking
Is
about
your
him.
old hookup somebody that worked here? I see the badge.
Oh, yeah. She was like,
That could be awkward in the break room. We know that you were hooking up with that friend of the murder suspect, or the girlfriend of the murder suspect.
I was like, is this him? Alex Ryan? I don't know if it was this guy, but there's also some like, Instagrams of like, I think his name was Alex Fell. I'm like, I was just looking, and then I saw Alex Ryan, so I checked Facebook. But that's also in my text messages and FaceTimes with her, because he like completely ghosted her. It was like a huge tea. Her name's Erica, like America, as she likes to say, and that it's like that in my phone. But yeah, so I think that's like the only thing other than my naked photos. Thought I'd explain that before I look like a stalker. Yeah, but it was just like trying to track him down because she was like, he ghosted me after talking to me and saying he likes me so much, and then I didn't put out, and then he's like goes to a bar and I'm sure he hooks up with another girl and suddenly I'm no longer interesting. I'm like, Erica, like America, men ain't shit. No offense.
You're not
No
wrong.
offense. I mean, clearly, look at where I am.
Well, the thing is like sometimes you think you know somebody, sometimes you do or don't, or it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. That's we all have a life story. We learn from life lessons, and it's all good. So
Yeah, up until the 26th.
Yeah, I like Kat as well, Colleen. It's just like, what is she doing? She doesn't really have a filter. You'd think that she could come into this meeting and say, okay, this is a serious business, and there's a certain side to myself that I'm going to keep, out of this meeting. But she doesn't. It's all her, and it's just, I find it really honest. I see why some people get annoyed with her, and they're just like, oh, she's so immature, she's so annoying. I get it, but I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. I got a few exes I'd rather not talk about, so I get it.
Yeah.
I think I have a big one. I have a big box of luggage dragging behind me now.
Yeah.
For now, but
For now, it's just a little hump in the road. It'll get better.
What's that tag he's wearing? I believe that's his Krispy Kreme membership identity card. Yeah, it enables him to get the share mega box for the price of just one single donut.
It's a big ass hump.
it is.
Especially for first true love, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's even
I'll
worse.
try.
Well, I pity the next guy that wants to go out with you because I suspect your screening process is going to be rigorous.
Oh, see, the thing is, he was always like, why do you take so many screenshots? I'm like,
Yeah, can you imagine her screening process for the next guy she dates? Sits him down. Okay, I have some questions. Do you harbor any homicidal tendencies? Do you have a job? A real job, not a fake job, a real job. Have you ever injured your neck and had nerve damage or fake nerve damage?
I have a poor memory. Record keeping's important. You know, it's like I'd rather have things so I can remember them because clearly I'm like, do we have like a porn on there of us together? You know, it's like it just
Oh my God, is that ever going to surface? Is there going to be Chandler Halderson porn? Oh God. Oh no.
makes everything so much easier. Like, oh, this is what I was doing that day, or like literally when I was shopping with my brother that weekend, I took a picture of the receipt to know how much I had to pay him back. You know, it just helps me remember because like I used to, not really much anymore. I go through my photos and like delete them or like remember, oh yeah, this is something I wanted to buy. I forgot about it, so I clearly don't want it that bad. Delete.
Can we make a conditioned, and I'm being a lawyer, okay?
Sorry.
But to the extent that she's texting people about green or weed or anything like that, unless there's something extravagant, that you'll let her not be liable for who she buys her pot from. If she buys pot from somebody other than Illinois, and maybe that's who she's always talking to, is going to Illinois to get
Right now,
weed.
we're not. We have bigger
I
things.
understand.
We're not the
And-
weed police, but I get where you're coming from,
Sure.
and so
And I know there's no language we can use.
right.
If we find indication that maybe criminal activity of use of marijuana, we agree that we won't look at that, or I trust you guys. We wouldn't be here if I didn't trust you.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not, I couldn't write her a ticket for it right now if I wanted to because I don't know how. So,
Yeah,
I'm
and I don't care. I mean, I'm a homicide detective. We're looking into the murder and dismemberment of 2 of our citizens. We don't care who she buys a fucking 8th bag of weed from, you know?
leaving here to fly to Colorado and meet with my client who's just arrested for selling fentanyl, heroin, and cocaine.
Yeah.
So,
Little
and they certainly
different.
want his phone.
I'm
Yeah.
sure they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got bigger fish to fry for
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
You okay with that?
Yeah, just embarrassing picture of me in the basement with my brother's cowboy boots on. Like, I take a lot of random photos.
Whatever.
You probably told us more than we would have even noticed, to be honest.
Yes.
I mean, really, because we would just peruse through all that stuff. It's
Yep.
not important. So,
Sorry.
That's good.
Complicated.
No worries.
you guys ready to move on? We can
Sure,
take
absolutely.
July 2nd.
Yeah, that's good.
So we've got an authorization for the phone back to when she actually hit bed. And
Peruse means look at, doesn't it? She used malapropism. Let's just verify that a second. Peruse. Yeah, we would peruse right past that. Read something, typically in a thorough or careful way. She's trying to say the opposite to that. We would just peruse right on by that. Here's another definition. Examine carefully or at great length. Yeah, we would have just perused right on by all that. God.
that may, I just use that as a date because that may be helpful of confirmation of what the rapport was with Krista or Bart and what was going on at that time as well.
There is a video of me chugging beer on the 30th because I kicked my friend Danny's ass, but that's on Snapchat.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see Snapchat
Alternatively,
memory.
I'm sure the defense would ask me, how do I even know that's beer? How do I know what's in that cup?
It is apple juice.
So there you go.
But all I'm
Not doing much
saying
with that
is,
either.
Shh, don't say that. Now they're going to charge you with false reporting because they're going to be able to find out it wasn't.
No, but
That's why we're here.
Do you see our
That's why I'm
podcast that
here,
we're
is
not-
to just kind of safeguard and help you be a little more comfortable and not be anxious after we leave of, oh my gosh, we need to do this. Okay. So that's why I told you, if you've got questions, ask.
Carrie Brooks says, but what if that hot and ready sign is on at Krispy Kreme? You have no idea. They melt in your mouth. I'd eat a whole dozen. You'd eat a whole dozen Krispy Kremes? I've never had one. I've never had one. I just see them and I begin to vomit in my mouth. Even the logo now is just like, oh my God. You know, no, I think I did take a bite of, what's that other donut shop? I don't know. But yeah, no, I can't, I just can't have anything that sweet. It's crazy.
Yeah, got every indication there. Just as much as they want you to be totally honest, they're going to be totally honest to the extent they can with you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we're not here trying to trick you or anything like that. So.
Oh no, I've seen a couple FBI shows.
Yeah, it's TV though.
And I'm actually not very good at that, so I don't bother.
So yes, whatever you want to move on to.
Okay.
Just
Well, I think Krispy Kreme should become the new sponsor of True Crime Metrix, along with, of course, our friends at Mountain Dew Baja Blast. You know.
Yes, you got that right.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see.
Either way, if anybody else, Carrie Brooke was nice enough to screenshot a picture of a judge drinking Mountain Dew today, and if anyone else sees Mountain Dew or Krispy Kreme in the background to any legal snapshot, you know, a bit of courtroom footage, an interrogation with Mountain Dew in it, you know, I would just love to start collecting as many as we can Mountain Dew crime references.
On the 2nd, which would have been, I guess that's Friday, correct? Yeah. So you, guess you worked on that Friday.
I worked Friday.
Yep. Okay. And then you went to Hilldale.
Yeah,
right? Target, and you got groceries.
I did a pickup.
So you already had it planned out what you were going to get and everything, like an online order. Is that what it is?
Yeah, his mom and I love talking about our.
Yeah, right, Lenny. Cruise right past those, breeze on by those. I mean, anything but peruse, which means examine closely in great detail. That's exactly the opposite of what she's trying to say. It's so funny.
Target pickups.
Okay.
The boys would always roll their eyes, but her and I would love to talk about it. So I usually just do groceries through a Target pickup with them, because then I can just go stop.
This is another thing I never do is order groceries on an app and then go and pick them up. I mean, you should see me when I buy apples. You know, I buy my apples in a little bag and I feel every single one of them. You know, and usually I'm successful because if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a soft apple.
On my way home after work, and so I stopped there to do that pickup, and then like it's close to my apartment, so I went there next to get all my dirty laundry.
Okay.
So I could do it, and then I think I like left some stuff there, checked some to have at my mom's house, and then I did an East Target pickup too. Because, you know, if they don't have it at one store, you can get it at another.
That's true. Okay. So groceries, were they just the basic stuff like food?
Yeah, I have my receipt. They keep everything on the app too.
Hey, Colleen, are you familiar with the Mark Redwine case out of, is it Django, Colorado? Yeah. Or is it Boulder? I think it might be Boulder. I don't know. Yeah, Mark Redwine. We'll be covering Mark Redwine soon, guys, who gave a terrifying interview to a news network. I forget which one. But yeah, interesting case. Interesting case. A lot of footage to go through. A lot of news footage, a lot of searching footage. There's the arrest video. Is there an interrogation? I'm not sure if there is or not, but there's, of course, the courtroom. They were even all on Dr. Phil together. Speaking to Dr. Phil. Can you imagine? Mark Redwine, ladies and gentlemen.
July 2nd, picked up at 5:29 boneless pork chops, oatmeal milk, pepper jack, deli sliced cheese, and hamburger buns.
Is there a way you can like screenshot that or something? Is that what it is?
But I'm just going to show you it's only in second. It says picked up
Okay.
5:29 July 2nd.
Okay. Yeah, if you just like screenshot that to me or something.
And then let me
be
check
awesome.
the other one.
That was the Hilldale receipt, correct?
And then, well, yeah, so there is two, because when you do different orders, there's like, it's considered like separate orders. So that was like one of them, and the other one was at the same time mushroom and caramelized red onion frozen pizza, King's Hawaiian sweet rolls, coffee, shaving cream, mushrooms, marinara, classico
Durango. What did I say? Django. That's something completely different.
basil pesto, and sweet red cherries. Do you also want that one?
Yes,
Because
please.
this one is also has the East Target pickup,
Okay.
which was at 6:37.
Okay.
But I ordered it July 1st. I just didn't pick it up till the 2nd, so I was gonna say pick up July 2nd,
Okay.
where I showed you.
Sure.
And there was a separate Target altogether you went to, or just twice to that one? Was there a separate Target altogether?
I went to the East one too. So that was for the watermelon at 6:37. And then both Hilldale were picked up at the same time
Mhm.
at 5:29.
Do you have can you screenshot the east side one too?
Yep, I screenshotted them both together because
Beautiful.
this was one order, and then I just ordered it from the different store.
Perfect. Yeah, if you can send that to me, I'd appreciate it.
Hey, Patricia, sorry about that. I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's my fault or on your side or what, but I'll write it down to do a Google search to see what would prevent people's comments showing up. Don't know, but sorry. I see your comment now, Patricia.
And then, so after Hilldale, you go to your apartment,
Mhm.
and that's the one on, is it Bedford Street? Is that right? Okay.
110 North Bedford.
And then you pick up laundry?
Yep.
Okay.
I was gonna do it.
And where were you going to do that at?
I was gonna do it at my mom's, and I threw it in the wash. But on Sunday, I took it to Chandler's, so I could stay the night there and just threw it in the dryer. And then we hung up some other stuff, and that's why there's also some stuff in his apartment, in the house too.
Okay. So you picked up your laundry, went to your mom's, you were going to do it, but you didn't. You just took it with.
I washed it.
Oh, you washed
So
it.
it
there.
was in the wash there, and then I took it out and put it in the reusable bags wet.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you took it to Chandler's. All right.
On Sunday, and then threw it in the dryer, hung stuff up, and then we went to his mom's coworkers for some fireworks.
Okay. This was all on Friday.
No, so the washing clothes, that was Sunday. The Target pickup was Friday.
Right.
Yeah. I think this attorney definitely snores. It probably has one of those machines for sleep apnea or something, Has to get up 3 times a night to refill it,
And then, but from
which
Target,
is great because he can have another donut while he's at it.
like when you went to Hilldale, where did you go after Hilldale?
To apartment.
Your apartment.
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do there?
Got the clothes.
Okay.
Threw away some of my old food,
Yep.
Pick out what I was going to leave there, what I was going to take.
And then went to your mom's.
Went to my mom's.
Okay. But you don't wash them then. You don't
No.
wash it. You just leave the clothes there then.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I was a little confused too, so I'm glad
Okay.
you cleared that up.
All right. Okay. And so when you're at your mom's, what do you do there though?
I haven't seen her, Kim, but I did speak with her the other day, so I know she's okay. She's just she's got her son with her at the moment, so she's little busy on the ground in the real world. So I'm sure we'll see her soon.
Just a, I know we talked about that, but
I picked up the Swiffer for him,
okay.
and then the hydrogen peroxide, like the brown bottle one.
Okay. And that's all. Just the Swiffer and like just one of those brown bottles, like.
Yeah, the ones you can get at Walgreens.
Is hydrogen peroxide just bleach? Is that the same thing? I've never used the phrase hydrogen peroxide to describe bleach. I just say bleach.
With like the cross on them.
Okay.
That one.
Just one bottle, how many bottles?
One bottle.
Just one.
Okay.
It's all we had.
Yeah, most people don't keep that in bulk.
They're not asking, but what,
Bart Halderson does. He gets 10,000 gallons from Costco once a year and stores them in the basement. Yeah, he saves 18 cents per gallon.
prompted you to do that? Had he asked you to do that?
He asked me to bring it. Like I was just gonna forget it, and then he was like, "Can you please stop?" Because he said he cut his toe on glass, and he said he wanted to like use hydrogen peroxide to like clean it. And he said the Swiffer was to like help get up the tiny stuff. So
This idiot thought that a stupid household gimmick mop was going to clean up blood splatter so good that evidence techs would never be able to trace any evidence. That's what we're dealing with here, folks. That's the level of criminal mastermind. Swiffer Wetjet takes care of all crime scene evidence.
yeah, it's all in the text messages too.
I think some of that we knew, like why it was you were prompted to.
I'll shut up. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I just want you to that we're just not jumping all over because some of it we already know. And then so
it's like iodine, something like that.
You doing okay?
Yeah, you still doing fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not feeling pukey.
Okay, good. So on that Friday, then you went to your mom's, and then where do you go after that?
East Target.
And then
Not to him.
Chandler's house. Okay, parents' house. Okay, and then so when you're at his house, you went through a lot of stuff what you did there, which was pretty thorough. Where did you go in the house? Do you remember specifically where you went?
Like upstairs living room, kitchen, the downstairs living room, bathroom.
Is that on the main level, the bathroom?
Bathroom's like by his dad's, like where his desk and computers and stuff is. So it's like right next to the basement door.
Okay. Anywhere else that you can think of?
His
Garage.
I didn't go in the garage. No.
And, basement at all?
Not the basement, no.
When you got to the house, did you notice any smells that were odd to you or different?
No.
Nothing like was Chandler cooking or anything, or
There was a smoky smell, but I thought it was because of like the fireplace, like it being open, and like you said, there was ash. So, and they love using that stuff. And he used the grill to make like some burgers for us, and that's why I picked up buns and like the pepper jack cheese and Hawaiian rolls and like also watermelon. And so I thought that's where the smoky smell was coming from.
From the grill or the fireplace?
In the house, from the fireplace.
Okay.
I don't know. The smell came in from the grill. Mostly smelled just like fireplace.
Okay.
Ash.
I'm assuming the grill's up.
I guess she doesn't know that he tried to cremate his parents' remains. That wouldn't have been revealed to her. Not 8 days after the arrest. So yeah, she's clueless why they're asking about this at the moment, huh?
Outside then.
Yeah, grill.
You mentioned he burned his hand.
Yeah.
Did you see that happen?
No.
Okay.
He finished making the burgers before I got there.
Okay.
He said he'd only used the grill like maybe 3 times beforehand, and then burned his hand trying to do it.
Sure. Did you see where on his hand the burn was?
Like.
Hey, thanks so much, Carrie B, for the beautiful cup of coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. Thank you, Carrie. That's so much appreciated.
Not really. Maybe like this area, but I don't really specifically recall. Just remember seeing them.
And that will help us if you tell them what you do know versus what you think.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want you to guess.
okay. I'm not
so-
quite sure then.
So it's okay for you to just say, I don't remember, rather than, again, me being a defense lawyer, then maybe a prosecution, that you say, I think it was on the left hand and turns out it was on the right. Now you're not even credible and you're making stuff up.
Well,
If you
I'm
don't
not
know, just
sure.
tell them.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Do you know, is it a gas grill or a charcoal?
Yeah, Chandler is the guy who made shrimpless scampi world famous. That's another one for our cookbook, guys. Shrimpless scampi. My dad doesn't talk while he eats.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
See, there's a whole packet timeline.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was descriptive.
Yes,
Yes.
you were.
Oh. Did you ever have to buy ice?
Yeah. I July 3rd he picked up some ice because he said their ice machine in the basement was broken.
Mhm.
And so
What do you think the conversation was like between Dulce and Cress and Catherine here? You know, after the interview, we last saw Catherine being interviewed by police. She went home or whatever, and then they would have all met up that night or the day after, right? And they'd have gone, yeah, Chandler's been arrested for the murders. You know, everyone would just be in such shock, right? And they'd be thinking back, wouldn't they? And I think Cress was the most sort of emotionally removed, you know. Obviously, Catherine's involved. Dulce seemed really quite close with Chandler. A little too close on the jail calls. My God, what was going on there? But yeah, what would that? Imagine having that conversation. You know, just suddenly out of the blue, your whole world gets turned upside down.
yeah, I ordered some ice for pickup on the July 3rd,
Okay.
which was Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And he did that pickup.
Okay.
But on Target, the app, you can add a pickup person.
Mhm.
But he also has my Target app on his phone.
Okay.
And he also picked up some jalapeno peppers, sliced, pickled. It's really good. I drink the juice. But you can see the pickup person, Catherine Mellender, Chandler Halderson,
Which Target was that at?
East. And do you also want a screenshot of that one?
Please.
What time was that?
10:36 a.m.
How much ice did you order?
It's the 7-pound bag. The $1.59. It has it in the receipt. You'll see it when I send it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you need the ice for?
Huh?
What did you need the ice for?
Oh, it was for him because their ice machine, their fridge
Mhm.
upstairs, I don't think it works, and that's why they bought a separate ice machine.
Mhm.
And he said that he usually like puts it in the girls' water bowls, which I've seen him do,
Okay.
and then he also puts it in his cup for water.
Mhm.
And so he said he was just gonna put it in there.
Now, the ice machine, is it downstairs or upstairs?
So there's the one in the fridge, but
Right.
that's the built-in one. Their ice machine that makes separate ice is downstairs.
So did he put the whole 7 pounds in the one upstairs, or?
I didn't see him.
Okay.
He when he left my house that Saturday, I just put it in a bag for him and he took it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to clarify.
Yeah, and the freezer where he stored his parents' cut up remains, right? With all this ice. He just ice. He's the Iceman cometh all weekend, right? Yeah, he cleaned that really well after he took the body parts out and disposed of them elsewhere. He cleaned the freezer out really well, but he didn't clean out. The freezer has a little drain at the bottom, and the cops, when the investigation detectives investigators came around, the CSI came around, they took that apart and they found like all blood and DNA. It's like, he's just a moron. He's just a fucking moron.
And I'm sorry, because I know you probably talked about this. So he does the pickup at 10:36 on Saturday, July 3rd for the ice. And then does he come to your place after he gets the ice?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is your mom's house or your...
My mom's house.
Okay. And then what do you do with the ice when it's at your mom's house?
Oh, I just shove it in the freezer.
Okay.
I left it in its bag and everything.
Okay.
And then when he left, I just took the bag, put it in like another plastic bag so it doesn't get on the floor and stuff.
Okay. And then what time does he leave there?
I don't know. I think I mentioned around between, like, it was before 5 because my brother got home. Then we were gonna go hang out with Rose, just doing my makeup. I think I was FaceTiming him.
It's probably covered.
I think so,
Yeah.
probably.
I gave them around the time when they first interviewed me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Snows like before 5 because that's when my brother's girl he's kind of seeing was supposed to come. And then pretty much like when Chandler left, my brother got home. Like maybe less than 20 minutes or something.
Have you, just curious, the ice machine that's in the basement, have you seen that?
Yeah, it's like one of those.
Is it a counter one or is it built in or?
It's like a counter one.
Okay.
So they have like 2 freezers because Mrs. Halderson overbuys and she would just put stuff in the freezer. It was her favorite thing. But they have this drink fridge type thingy. Like that's where they keep their beers and like sodas.
Oh yeah, like a little fridge.
Yeah, and then it was set on top the last time I saw it.
Okay. Because I've seen them where like actually have built in the counter like these huge ice makers and fancier houses, you know. And I didn't know if that's what they had or just a countertop one or something.
It was a countertop one. Yeah, since they were doing so much remodeling, I doubt they would want to put something in.
Okay.
It's one of those countertop ones.
And that works fine.
He said it was broken, and that's why he wanted
that one
ice.
too, and the ice maker up in the freezer or upstairs.
Yeah,
They both are broken.
yeah, that's what he said.
Well, that stinks.
Yeah.
I like my ice.
And they don't really have like central air. They have the one air conditioner in the kitchen, so their house is pretty hot. They got some like new fans that go into their windows.
Do those run a lot? Is
Yeah.
it common to have all the fans in the house on, or?
Yeah, it's very common because Miss Halderson, she would just open windows. She didn't really want the one going, especially if it's going to be cool in the night. She preferred just opening all the windows and turning the fans on.
Okay.
All right, I don't know where I'm at now.
About to the fourth on the farm, I think.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, right, Carrie. The ash trap in the fireplace. The forensic examiner comes in, takes one look at it, and says, "Oh, look, there's a human skull."
When one that
Doesn't even need to send it away for tests. It's just like, you know, this little bone fragment that to a forensic examiner who sees this shit all the time. It's just like, oh, look, there's a human skull.
third, when he comes to your mom's after getting the ice, anything unusual? I mean, with his behavior or anything?
No.
Yeah, those are genuine True Crime Metrix soap snores, Kimber.
Not that I recall. I just remember making the breakfast burritos. He was like tired, but like we stayed up pretty
What's in a breakfast burrito? We should look that up.
late. So he was worried about the dogs, especially because of the fireworks. Like, I don't know if you've seen Rizzo. She's really terrified.
I've heard she's a bit of a spaz.
Yeah, she likes to, like, I was even afraid of them moving her from the house because like when they even take her on drives, they have to put her in a thunder shirt, a diaper, like have someone sit in the back with her.
She's doing good now. I know that. I've been in touch with people that have her. She's doing well.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
And like Izzy's like 15, so.
Yeah, both dogs are doing good.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was just
My dogs.
wondering like how he was the day at your mom's after stopping by with the ice.
Hungry.
Okay, so apparently a breakfast burrito is melted cheddar cheese, softly scrambled eggs, creamy avocado, pork sausage, and crispy potatoes. A homemade breakfast burrito recipe will make any night owl into a morning person. I don't know. I don't know about having potatoes, egg, and bread in the same mouthful. That seems like a lot of work, a lot of chewing. I think I could come up with something better, but I guess we should probably add this to the list of True Crime Metrix recipes. But I'm not impressed.
Said his legs were still like tingly, and I was still like having a hard time with them. We just like ate, and I think, I know we just watched Daybreak, because we were finishing that up because we started it Friday and watched it that day, and then I think we finished it Sunday.
And you probably already talked about his legs tingling. Is that from when he
fell?
Okay, so did it start right away after he fell, or did it something that kind of came about after a while? You know.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember.
No, that's fine.
I don't exactly recall.
Yeah. But he never had any issues with his legs before the fall?
Before the fall, no, not
Nothing
really.
like that. Okay. Did he have any issues before the fall? Like any medical issues or physical issues?
He mentioned he was like sick, like said it was something like with his blood because he got like shot with like a pellet gun or a BB gun. Yeah.
Oh, so that.
And then like he's hit his head before in like a swimming accident. He said.
Then you don't know anything about any of that though. Before he met you.
Yeah, those were before he met me. Like, scar on his arm. I think I only saw it once. He.
That's it. So is he a swimmer?
Yeah, he swam at States. His mom would take him to like every meet.
Wow.
Like,
It's kind of dragging a little bit. I might skip forward. Where are they going with this?
That must have been a little painful.
It was awful. I like missed like 3 days of work. Driving myself to urgent care was hell.
Believe it.
Yeah. Like, that has to be the last day he was there. I have pictures of us. Because he took a little picture of my butt to look at the cyst.
Ah, what the fuck? I don't want to see
You
this.
don't have to.
Like the Blues Brothers outside of your house.
Right.
Yeah, because some neighbors were like, tell people who aren't supposed to be at your house, are you okay? And I'm like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
My neighbors were like,
Hey, so
stopping, like, are you okay? I'm like, yes, I'm just grabbing the mail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll be dressed like this, so it wouldn't be like uniforms or anything. if you're good with that. Just let me know what your mom's good with and what you're good with. But I can make arrangements and be available whenever.
I think we could be in and out of one room in half an hour or less.
I don't know if there's
It's
going to be
like
much else of value
Thursday,
here,
Friday.
guys.
Already like blocked 2 friends.
Yeah, she's blocked friends. I think we should go to the jailhouse calls. Don't take my word for it. So which one have we done already?
I've seen me with her on TV, but
because they're not the biggest beer fans. Wacky with the batons. From
Chandler Halderson.
accept this free call, press 0. To refuse this free call, hang up or press 1. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink. Hello?
Hello? Hey,
Hey,
how are you?
good. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
It's really loud in your block.
Yeah, we got some new people. They're all shouting,
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I hope you're still their favorite. I'm sure you're the least problematic person.
Oh, he's definitely their favorite.
Yep, that seems to be me.
My good boy.
So that's the barn where he hid the gun, and I guess you can see why it wasn't so easy to find.
I think I'm just boring.
There's stuff that's been in that barn for 100 years. God, look at it.
I don't think you're boring. I just don't think you want to do anything bad.
Oh, I suppose. Yeah. It's kind of quiet.
So, what?
What is that?
I saw in my snap memories was 2 years ago today when we made our first snowman together, the one with the pumpkin head.
Oh, cool. That wasn't too big, was it?
It was pretty big. Like, at least up to my torso.
So it's today? 2 years ago?
2 years ago today, so when we first started dating in 2019.
Wow.
The one last year we made was pretty small.
Yeah, we made a little one that sat on that planter box.
Mhm.
I think, I remember that one with the pumpkin head.
Yeah, you made a little hat for it too.
That fell off right away. I think the pumpkin melted it. It's still a little bit warm.
Yeah. Carrot nose.
I miss the snow.
The snow?
Snow.
What do you think, guys? Should we do the jail calls or go to Mitch's testimony? Mitch gave quite a good testimony. First opinion in the comments casts the stone.
It'll be back soon.
Hopefully. I don't think we'll be allowed outside while there's snow.
I'll just throw it out the windows until it goes through.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Carrie's got it. The lady speaks. Let's go to the wiretaps. Mitch Halderson testimony.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, nothing. No comment. No objection.
All right for the jury?
He's about to give the safety announcement. Exits are to your right at the rear, to your left on the wing, and to the front of the cabin. Low-level lighting will guide your direction of to your nearest exit in the event of an emergency.
Please be seated, everyone. I didn't get there myself, but I heard it's cold outside. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being prompt. We had a couple of issues to take up outside of your presence. Let me inquire of you whether anyone inadvertently or intentionally was
What do you think this judge does for hobbies, at the weekends when he's got downtime? I see him as making those little ships that people put in bottles, with tweezers, long tweezers that go through the mouth of the bottle, and he builds the ship inside the bottle.
Exposed to any information, any discussions, or participated in any discussions or investigation about the case while we were separated over the noon hour? I see no hands. As a housekeeping matter, I want to draw your attention to one thing. We do in this courtroom, and we're using this courtroom because it
Is I see no hands the best thing to say in a case that involves dismembering and missing body parts? I see no hands. I see no feet. I see no limbs. I see no heads. I just see a torso, a legless, armless, headless torso, still wearing its underwear.
has a media room which is behind you. And that's intentional because the media is directed to not show the faces of any jurors.
Yeah, on the weekends, Carrie, he has a little choo-choo train that, all around the house. It brings his toast from the kitchen to the bedroom. Oh.
That's an important part of our protection and our honoring your participation as citizens, unwillingly, although I hope willingly, through this process.
And when he plays with the trains, he has a special station master hat that he wears.
It was pointed out to me that if I do at any point in time invite you to go ahead and stand and stretch, that if you turn around in that process towards the media window, you might inadvertently be photographed or recorded. And
this judge is probably the only judge in history that has a membership card for Lionel. He's their best customer on a judge's salary. Imagine, every Lionel kit you could name.
So I just wanted to mention that to you.
His favorite one is the train from Polar Express.
So that if you're doing that at any point in time, or even if you're deciding your neck is stiff and you're going to just aim your head in a different direction, be cautious about the fact that over your left shoulders, there's a camera on the other side of the wall, and they're certainly doing their best to not accidentally record anyone.
He's trying to get his son involved. He's saying, hey, do you want to come around and set up the train? I've got the new scenery, the snow-capped peak, the snow-capped mountain peak. It's got the little alpine trees, and we can set them up around the train track. Yeah, with the little people that wave. The son's like, listen, man, I'm 45 years old. Enough.
But they're also relying on your position within the courtroom as they're filming other things that go on.
Yeah, you're right, Amy. We're filling out the whole plane with judges. we've got a pilot judge, a gay flight attendant judge. What else do we need? Well, that's pretty much it, isn't it? As far as staff on the plane go. Okay, we need that guy with the big earphones and the table tennis rackets that signal the plane to come in and park at the terminal. Who is that judge?
So I just wanted to mention that to you folks. Thank you. Let's proceed with testimony. Attorney Raymond.
Yes, the state's going to call Mitchell Halderson to the stand.
Yeah, anytime the judge has his station master hat and his son visits because the son visits on the weekend, and he makes the mistake of calling him dad, and the judge is like pointing at his hat, like who? Son's like station master.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Mr. Halderson, if you are able to safely and responsibly, I would appreciate your testifying without a
Riding shotgun. Judge Everett is air traffic control, baby. He's the guy that's calling all the shots. Permission to land. Sitting in the big tower on the runway.
mask, if you could.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Okay, so you can tell that Mitchell, this is only 6 months after his whole world's been crashing down. His family are gone. His mother and father are gone, brutally murdered, hacked apart, can't even bury them all together in one piece. Mother's body is mostly lost. We have her legs, okay? What are we going to do with that? I mean, imagine that. You've got to bury your mother, but oh no, she's not here. We only have her leg and foot. And your brother did it, and he's in jail for the rest of his fucking life. You've got, whew.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
My name is Mitchell Halderson, and that's Mittchell, and then Halderson is Hald, D as in David, Erson.
What are the names of your parents, Mitchell?
Bart and Krista Halderson.
And do you have any siblings?
I do.
And who's your sibling?
Chandler Halderson.
Where'd you grow up?
Was born in this area in Dane County, and then between 3rd and 4th grade moved up to Plymouth, Wisconsin, which is in Sheboygan County, and then have lived around here for college and work after high school.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 27. Could you describe Exhibit 27, please?
That would be a picture of my parents, actually a crop photo that I am also in. We are at the New Glarus Brewery.
Okay. And that was a somewhat recent, in the last couple of years, photo?
Yes, within the last 4.
Just a quick shout out to Chicken Joe from Sheboygan County, Wisconsin. If any of you have seen Surf's Up, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Sheboygan chicken, ladies and gentlemen, on a surfboard.
Forget exactly.
Okay. And is that an accurate copy of that picture?
Yes.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 27
Any
into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It may be published. It is received.
So how old was your dad, if you know, in July of this year?
He was born in 71, so in July he just turned 50.
And your mom, she was a few years older?
Correct, about 3.
What did your dad do for a living?
He was an accountant.
Do you remember the name of the firm that he worked with last?
BDO USA.
And he did taxes and things like that, or?
Yes, specifically with small businesses. This is specialty.
So is he kind of a money savvy sort of person?
I would say so. Definitely had finances, understood them well.
Do you believe in banks?
Yeah.
What was that? Did he believe in banks? What does that mean?
Understood them well.
Kind of a money savvy sort of person?
I would say so. Definitely had finances, understood them well.
Do you believe in banks?
I guess she's trying to get at, like, trying to disprove that he kept large sums of money in the house or something?
Yeah.
How old was your mom?
My mom was 53.
What'd your mom do for a living?
Was a stay-at-home mom for us growing up and has recently gone back to work as a receptionist at a car company.
Describe what was your dad like as a parent, just very briefly.
He worked a lot, so slightly absent during the time, but I would say had good expectations for us and overall was a good parent.
How would you describe your mom as a parent, just briefly?
A bit of the typical helicopter parent, very involved in our everyday lives, but again, because she cared.
Okay. So she stayed in communication with you often, is that a fair statement?
Yes.
What is the age difference between you and your brother Chandler?
18 months.
And are you the older or younger sibling?
I am the older.
And just for the record, I think the judge is going to ask everyone but the jury to remove their mask for a few seconds. Do you see your brother Chandler Halderson in the courtroom today?
If everyone could lower their masks briefly, and after 1, 2, 3, replace
Yeah, I just saw that, Amy. Thanks so much for the coffee, babe.
your masks. Thank you.
I do.
Could you please describe by where he's seated and what sort of, maybe the color of his shirt?
Table to the right with a purple shirt and a suit.
I would ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
So Mitchell, if you're 18 months older, are you 24 or 25?
I just turned 25.
He just turned 25, man. I mean, Jesus Christ. What an age to have your entire system of life completely fucked. Ah.
And in July of 2021, where were you working and what did you do?
I work at Epic Systems and I am a technical services representative.
A computer guy.
Sure, yes.
Okay. And are you married, single, something else?
Engaged.
Engaged, okay. And how long have you been engaged?
A little over a year.
Okay. And you live in the Dane County area?
Yes.
In a house, a condo, something else?
In a house.
Okay.
Man, if I was his fiance, I'd want this guy run for tests, you know. What if it's genetic? I mean, maybe he's having these questions himself. I probably would. You know, if someone else murders your family, you can go, oh, that evil, horrible person over there did this and fuck them. But if it's your own brother and you're only 18 months apart and you came from the same parents, I mean, I don't know. I'd be like, shit, maybe I'm a psychopath. Or maybe he always knew something was wrong with Chandler. Maybe they had a rivalry. Maybe Chandler saw Mitch as the golden child. And that's why he made up all this shit. Mitch hasn't got a job with Elon Musk.
And just briefly, in June of this last year, 2021, you had a significant health episode. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, what occurred?
I went to the doctor for a regular scheduled appointment since I hadn't gone during COVID and wanted to get blood work done, and I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes.
And in fact, you were hospitalized for a period of time.
Yes, that is true.
Was your mom or dad, did they seem concerned to you at all?
Yes.
You kind of laughed there. Why'd you laugh?
My mom was overly concerned.
How did she express that?
Not as much to me, trying to not show me that, but I have heard like
Dr. Adam Frash, is that the guy that threw his wife or ex-wife in the swimming pool? Let's just look that up a second. Adam Frash. Was she black, the ex-wife? Oh, yeah, in the pool. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Later on, that she called her best friend many times crying.
Okay. Growing up and moving into recently, what sorts of things did you and your brother Chandler do?
Since we didn't live in the same.
Oh shit, riding shotgun. Is it a Kappelman prosecution? Oh! Okay, we're putting everything else on hold. We're going to finish out today, but I got to check this out. I've been meaning to find Kappelman in another trial. That sounds good. Okay, Laura, thanks for the tip.
Same house, we would do things online, like play video games and just talk that way.
Okay. What sort of video games did you play?
Wide array, but generally first-person shooter games.
Okay. And did your brother have a favorite weapon or gun in these games?
Usually those of Russian descent.
Okay. Like the SKS?
That's correct.
And in fact, during your illness, your brother gave you a gift. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What did he give you?
A unknown type of bullet with the words "get well soon" on it.
Okay, that's that. I think that's what you call a big old fat red flag. You give your brother's in hospital ill, and you come and give him a gift, and the gift is a bullet with the words "get well soon" on it. What is that? I mean, I guess you could say it's charming, dark irony, but in the light of what happened, I mean, you could even go so far as that shows premeditation. What the hell is that? A signature? That's horrible. That's horrible. I hope he threw that bullet away.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 26. How would you describe Exhibit 26?
That is the same one.
That's the bullet that your brother gave you and wrote to get well on.
Yes.
Move Exhibit 26 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It is received. It may be published.
I don't think the overhead is going to do justice, but it just says get well. I want to turn your attention to when your parents went missing this year. How did you learn that your parents were potentially missing?
I don't remember the exact date, but I did receive a call from my mom's best friend that had let me know that they had gone up, she had heard that they had gone up to the cabin.
Okay.
So I did not.
I don't know, Nola. He seems a little too fine to me. It's all going to come out in one flash, and he's going to hit a referee with a whiskey bottle. You know, it's like this is an eruption waiting to blow. I don't know. You know, he obviously it's therapy is essential for this guy. I mean, he's 25 years old, for fuck's sake. That is too much. And he should put off the wedding. He should put all the stuff that he had planned, just put it all somewhere else, you know, for now. I guess his fiance's family are supportive. I mean, Jesus Christ, can you imagine?
Suspect them missing at that time. I just had heard that.
Okay. And what is your mom's best friend's name?
That would be Jane Hilgendorf.
Okay. So you get a call, and in fact, you call her Aunt Jane.
I do.
Okay.
Oh, the Hilgendorf twins. They have two daughters, the twin daughters. They're really funny on the stand as well. Maybe we'll cover those guys tonight as well. They're hilarious.
So you get a call from your Aunt Jane. What do you do, if anything, in response to that call?
I don't recall the exact events, but I did not think much of it because they would be known to go up to the cabin during the summer.
Let's talk about that. So your parents own a cabin.
Correct.
Where is that cabin?
Langlade County, Wisconsin.
Okay. And how would you describe that cabin?
My grandpa had built it, so it was mostly wood logs, pretty run-of-the-mill, what you would think of as a rustic cabin.
Okay. Is it on waterfront, in the forest, something else?
Yes, it is on Sawyer Lake, Wisconsin.
Is there any other outbuildings associated with this cabin, such as a shed or a boathouse or anything like that?
Both of those. There is a shed out in the front, a boathouse in the back, and a in shambles treehouse in the front yard as well.
Okay. And did your parents own a boat?
What is that? In shambles? Well, like it's in shambles. Like it's a mess.
Boat of any sort?
I believe so. There was definitely a canoe. I don't believe there was a full boat, or at least not that I remember.
And nothing like a pontoon or a ski boat or something?
Nothing with a motor that I'm remembering.
Okay. How often do you believe your parents went to the cabin?
They would at least open and close it every year and go probably 1 or 2 more times in addition to that. So 3 or 4 times a year over the summer.
Okay. And what were your parents' habits about keeping in touch or not keeping in touch with you in connection when they went to the cabin?
My mom would reach out any chance she could, so she would have told me.
Did your parents tell you in the last week of June or the very beginning of July any idea that they may be going to the cabin?
No.
So you first hear from your Aunt Jane. What is the next thing that happens that you remember in concerning your parents being missing?
The next thing I remember is Chandler texted me that he is worried about them.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do in response?
Asked more about why and just to hear what they had told him about leaving, because I didn't hear anything about it.
And what did you learn from Chandler?
That they had gone up north with friends, that he didn't know who those friends were and didn't know the car that they had taken.
Okay. What was your understanding of friends that may go to the cabin with your parents?
There is a list of people that I would have assumed. Do you want me to go through that list?
Sure.
That would be my Aunt Jane, Uncle Mike, also Dan and Mary Sesto, who lived on the same street, as well as Gail and Rick Kanapaki, who you might also hear from. And I had reached out to each one of those families and had heard back that none of them were the ones that had gone up north.
Did you have any understanding about who would drive when your parents went to the cabin?
The twins were the daughters of the Hilgendorfs. So Krista's best friend was Mrs. Hilgendorf. I forget her first name. And the husband was also close with Bart. It's like they would double date and go up to the cabin, and the two girls were like cousins almost to Chandler and Mitch. When they were missing, when Bart and Krista were missing, it was the young girls, the Hilgendorf twins, that went round to see Chandler and spend time with him and cook for him and blah 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 to make sure he was okay.
Unless it was
they're all pretty tight.
Of those 3, I would assume that they would drive because they're the ones that know the way. And there are certain folks, notably Dan Sesto, that goes up there often.
And this is all the stuff, Catherine and Dulce Mellender didn't think to question Chandler about this when he was like, yes, my parents left for the cabin, but they were driven by an unknown couple that I didn't get the names of. Yeah, they picked them up at about 5:30 a.m. and they drove them away to Langlade County. But Mitch hears that story and he's like, what do you mean they were driven? They got a ride with people they don't know and you don't know. What do you mean that they went to the cabin without letting any of us know? It doesn't add up because it was completely out of character. And Mitch is like, listen, they would possibly be driven by 3 different couples. I'm going to contact each one of those couples and see if it was them. And it wasn't. So Mitch was like, I think something might be up. I think that weird brother of mine might have done something with my parents.
Enough that I would understand driving, but nobody else.
Okay.
Yeah, Hannah and Haley, I think that's right, Carrie. They're really funny. They're really funny on the stand. They're kind of, it's funny because they're twins, but they're quite different.
What happens
But
next
also the same.
as far as you're concerned with your parents? What's the next piece of news you learn?
Eventually, a detective comes to my house, Rich Bennett, in order to just ask some more questions of me during the investigation. I believe that was the next thing that had occurred.
Okay. What happened after that?
I believe it was a Wednesday. It was whatever day Chandler was originally arrested. I had actually gone up to the cabin myself
That was Thursday.
in order to check it out, just to see what was going on.
And why did you go to the cabin?
Wanted to do something myself about it.
Yeah, damn right I wanted to do something myself. I just sensed that my lying piece of shit murdering brother wasn't telling me the truth, so I had to drive up to the cabin myself. That's another video we should check out, guys. The body cam of the cops from Langlade County that met him up at the cabin. They go through the house, searching it, and they're really like, they have to go down into the basement, and it's kind of funny because they forget that, well, I don't know if they forget, but they're really kind of not maintaining a professional sort of, you know, behavior. They're swearing in the body cam, and they're kind of freaked out to go down into the cellar. You know, they're a little bit not scared, but apprehensive, you know. It's funny.
I felt like I needed to do something.
So at this point on Wednesday or whatever day you ended up going to the cabin, were you fairly concerned?
Yes.
Okay. And what led you to being so concerned?
Not having heard from them, not being able to get a hold of them, and not being told that they had gone up there to begin with.
So during this time period that you learned they're missing, did you reach out to your mom or dad via text or phone calls?
Yes.
Did you hear anything back?
No.
And did that concern you?
Yes.
At any point during the time that you learned your parents were missing, did anybody tell you that perhaps they were out gambling?
I don't believe during that period of between July 1st.
The motivations, Black Eagle, was basically, I don't know, in some ways it's difficult to discern, and in other ways it's real simple. I mean, his extent of his lying life had been running, you know, just with the main stuff for at least 2 years, one thing after another. It was all going to start, you know, Bart Halderson had finally tugged on the thing that would unravel everything, right? And if everything got unraveled, everyone would know that, you know, no one would want to be around this kid. His girlfriend would leave. His parents wouldn't trust him. Everyone else would know that he's a liar and a loser. And, you know, personalities that need to build themselves up into that fake persona. It is unbelievably dangerous to fuck with that. And Bart fucked with it. And Chandler couldn't let that happen. So even though it was incredibly near impossible, unlikely that he was going to get away with this, it didn't matter. You know, it didn't matter at all. He could not let that happen. There was no weighing up of like, is this worth it? Do I have a good enough plan? It was just like, nope, that can't happen. And he didn't let it happen. Then it came out anyway, and he got life in jail.
On July 7th, I had heard anything about gambling.
Okay. Let me just ask, were your parents gamblers?
No.
Have you ever been to a casino with them?
No.
To your knowledge, have they ever taken a vacation with entertainment that is gambling?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Were your parents big drinkers?
They've gotten more into drinking, I'd say, since they moved back down to Windsor. Yes, but not huge drinkers, no.
Did you ever know your parents to drink tequila?
My mom would drink margaritas, but not from mixing it herself. It was the Costco brand pre-made stuff.
Okay. Did you know either of your parents to drink gin?
Wow, Costco brand pre-made margaritas. Yeah.
No, I do not.
Did your parents take their work or their jobs seriously, not seriously, or something else?
Very seriously.
To your knowledge, have they ever no-called and no-showed for work in the past?
That would be very strange for them to do.
I want to, so you go up north and you meet a deputy up there.
Correct.
What do you do once you're up there?
Before the deputies arrived, I took a lap around.
Well, Chandler obviously doesn't get any inheritance or life insurance or nothing, Black Eagle, but Mitch here gets the house and $1 million in life insurance, I think he says.
Around the cabin myself just because I didn't want to wait outside any longer. Eventually, Langley County, I guess the deputies, I believe they were sheriffs and deputies, met us there. And eventually I took another walk around the property with them, just pointing out things that I noticed. And also they busted into the doors because they were all locked and the keys that I had were not working.
Okay. And at any point, obviously, you did not find your parents up there.
No.
Did you find any signs at all that they had been there?
Nothing looked like it had been used. There was a couple pieces of trash around, but I believe that's just because sometimes people will walk through the property on the way either between properties or just in the way. Either way, I do not believe it had been used anytime recently.
Mitchell, I want to ask you a few things about your brother and what you knew in June and July of 2021. Where, if anywhere, did you believe?
Berlin is an hour behind. So it's 2:23 in Portugal. So Berlin is 3:23 a.m. Is that right? Yeah.
Believe your brother worked in June of 2021.
It's 6 hours more than Eastern, Amy.
I believed at American Family.
What did you think he did there?
Answering questions on a message board, things you can do from remotely.
Is your understanding he was working from home like most people?
Yes.
Did you have any understanding about his payment schedule or anything like that in connection with American Family?
No, I wasn't really told much about that.
Did you, when he was arrested in July of 2021, were you under the impression he was still working at American and Family?
I was.
What, if anything, did you believe about your brother Chandler's schooling?
Believed he had not currently graduated yet, but was attending online classes at MATC.
And what did you believe he was studying?
Renewable resource engineering was the general consensus I had.
Did you have any knowledge about when he was scheduled to graduate or?
No.
Okay. And in June of 2021, your brother suffers a fall.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What, if anything, did you know about that fall?
I was told that while my dad was home working, he had heard a thud and that he went upstairs to find my brother on the ground next to the staircase or on the staircase.
And did you see your brother in June of 2021?
In June, I did, yes.
Okay. What, if any, sort of lingering medical effects did he have, to your knowledge?
I wasn't aware of a lot. I believe there was general numbness, I was told, kind of during that, and overall tiredness as well.
Did you know anything about any potential long-term damage?
I don't believe that I was told enough yet. It seemed like it was still under evaluation.
And did you know anything about appointments in the future?
I actually did. I was told by Chandler during that, between the time frame, I don't remember the exact date, between July 1st and July 7th, that he had an appointment, and he was asking if I could help give him a ride in case he needed one.
Okay. Did you guys ever firm up any plans to take him to his appointment?
We had offered a ride if needed, but he never ended up needing it.
Okay. And do you know roughly what date you were diagnosed with diabetes?
If the weekend was June 13th to 15th, it was in the middle of the month, whatever weekend around there.
And did Chandler's fall occur before or after or during your hospitalization?
After.
Okay. Within days?
I don't remember. Could have been a week.
Okay. Other than Chandler seeming tired, did you personally observe any differences to Chandler's physical appearance?
Just the neck brace, but no, nothing else.
Did you observe any difficulty he had walking?
I don't think so, no.
Did you observe any weakness of limbs, picking things up, anything like that?
I didn't see him pick much up either, so I guess I can't say.
Okay. So Mitchell, I need to ask you a few difficult questions. Are you a beneficiary for your parents' life insurance?
I am.
How much do you believe that you will end up getting out of life insurance because of their deaths?
They have a few different policies. It is in the, if I'm remembering correctly, it is in the ballpark of around $1 million.
And that includes the house as well.
Yeah, I don't believe that's including the house, actually.
Have you been paid out anything as of today?
No.
Is anybody else listed as a beneficiary?
I believe it went to my mom first, if my dad's death had preceded
Well, make sure you invest it, Mitchell.
my mom's, or I guess their policies listed each other as primary, but then yes, also my brother was listed in the same line as I was.
And Mitchell, did you have anything to do with your parents being missing?
I did not.
Going missing?
No.
And were you fully cooperative in the investigation?
Yes.
Did you provide a DNA or a buccal sample upon request?
Yes.
Did you provide proof of work during the first week in July upon request?
I did.
And did you participate in multiple interviews with multiple different officers?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Halderson. My first questions have to do with you living at that house in Windsor, Wisconsin. Did you ever live there yourself?
I would never have listed that as my address, no. But I have stayed there over weekends.
And before July of 2021, you would be at that home 1 or 2 times a month, perhaps, to visit?
You know, probably in the ballpark of two to 3, possibly even 4 times a month. Yeah, we visited often because they were close.
And would those be overnight visits?
Occasionally, yes.
And when you say we, is that with your fiance?
That's correct.
Now, in June of 2021, you did visit there on Father's Day, is that right? Let me rephrase that. You visited there for a Father's Day celebration.
That's correct.
But it wasn't on Father's Day.
I don't remember the date.
And that was a meal with everyone?
Yes. Yes. I believe I'm remembering the date you're talking about now, yes.
How many other times did you visit that home in June of 2021?
I don't believe I would be able to give an accurate number. It's a couple, but I don't remember the exact amount.
And is it fair to say that that would have been the number of times you saw your brother that month as well in person?
That is correct, because yes.
You guys didn't get together other times?
No.
Now you did, or you did have a relationship with your brother online, is that right?
That's correct.
mostly playing what are first person shooter video games?
Mainly, yes.
Now, in direct testimony, you indicated that your brother was very interested in Russian guns, particularly the SKS, correct?
Yes.
And that interest goes back several years at least, right?
Yes.
How many years do you think that goes back?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
A
I'm not
long
sure.
time. Is that
Yes.
true? And in fact, when you would play, he'd always pick that weapon if possible, correct?
Variety is something that's always nice, but yeah, it would definitely be an option. That would be one of his first pick. Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the cabin. It's been a number of years since you've actually, before July of 2021, it was a number of years since you actually went there, correct?
That's correct. I did not frequent it as often as my parents.
Do you remember the last time you went to the cabin?
I don't remember exactly which year, no, but it was probably in somewhere between 3 and 5 years. It had been a while.
And do you recall going to the cabin ever without?
Yeah, good point, Carrie B. I mean, you don't need to visit your parents 4 times a month. You know? I mean, at least he had a job.
Your parents being with you?
No.
And when your parents would go to the cabin, you say maybe 4 times a summer, it wasn't uncommon that they would turn their phones off, correct?
I think cell reception has gotten better over the years. However, the area is a little spotty in cell reception, so it wouldn't be uncommon for them to turn them off to avoid roaming charges. But they would also power them back on occasion in order just to make sure that they would update us.
Over the weekend of July 4th, 2021, you weren't concerned about your parents until what point?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, at what point did you become concerned about your parents?
So I was initially concerned because I hadn't heard of them going up. It wasn't to the level of filing a missing persons case until I had heard further from Chandler that he was is concerned enough in order to do that. So my concern grew as time went on. I would say around once that Monday, Tuesday date where they were supposed to return hit, I was definitely pretty concerned.
Do you remember talking to Deputy Seeley from the Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, that's a good point, Nola Van. We really don't give our subconsciouses whatever enough credit in these cases. You know, maybe he knew that he only had so many weekends left with mom and dad.
I don't remember that.
Do you remember if you ever told Detective Seeley that you yourself were not personally concerned at the time you were talking to Deputy Seeley?
I don't remember which day that was, and I also don't remember saying that.
Is that something you might have said?
Depending on the date, possibly, because as I said, my concern grew over time. So if it was early on, then yes, possibly.
So it's possible that at first you weren't that concerned, normal for your parents to go up north, but that your concern grew over time. Is that correct?
That is correct. I still was concerned because they hadn't told me beforehand that they had left. However, it wasn't as concerned as to file a missing persons report.
I know, Amy, what is the defense crossing this witness for? When did you become concerned about your parents being missing? What has that got to do with anything? Objection, relevance. Yeah, actually, Addy Zanone, I was thinking about reaching out to Amy today and saying, how do we get Mitch's interviews with police? Because he's conducted interviews with police. They were obviously video recorded. They're not available on the public domain. I think True Crime Metrix channel should be the channel to obtain them from law enforcement and publish them. Why not? How do we do that? Freedom of information or something? Amy, I think you're the prime candidate to help us find that out. How do we find that out?
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect, Attorney Raymond?
No.
May Mr. Halderson be excused and released?
He's excused from his subpoena for right now. He remains exempt from the sequestration order, but he remains under technical
So
subpoena.
you would still have an obligation to be recalled if recalled, and thus you have to follow the sequestration as if you hadn't testified so far. Thank you, sir. You can return back to the lobby or the waiting room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, I'll note his exclusion from the sequestration order.
Okay, I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. There's an exclusion so that you don't.
Oh, is Rottweiler a girl, Carrie? Okay. Yeah, we should get in touch with Rottweiler. We should do a collaboration. He or she covers all the cases I like to cover. It's a great resource for this channel. Okay, let's go to the wiretaps. Hilgendorf. Twins. Testimony. Well, there's Michael Hilgendorf. What's the girl's name? Haley? How are we spelling Haley? That's not right. How the fuck do you spell Haley? What's the other one's name? Helen. No? Okay, how do we spell Haley? Okay, somebody tell me in the chat. I never spell the word Haley. Haley? No. Haley. H-A-I-L-E. L. Hannah. Hannah's easy. The same backwards as it is forwards. It's a very symmetrical name. Well, maybe it's not. Maybe they don't have. Oh. Hannah Hilgendorf. Testimony. Ah, there she is. Is that it, or is that a clip show?
Okay. My
the most helpful, but in these times and with the patients. So I would ask you to not hold it against any witness if they were to not even be asked to unmask while they're testifying. I wanted to explain why I'm not having that conversation with this witness, and there may be some others throughout the trial. So I appreciate your understanding of that factor. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Could you please state your name, both first and last, for the record and spell them?
My name is Haley Hilgendorf, H-A-I-L-E-Y.
Hey, H-A-I-L-E-Y. So, Amy, you win. Nor Levine also. And Carrie Brooke. Next time, hon.
HILGENDORF.
How old are you, Haley?
25.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a nurse on an inpatient rehab unit.
Did you know two individuals by the name of Krista Halderson and Bart Halderson?
Yes.
How'd you know them?
Aunt and uncle.
Okay. And you're not related by blood, is that fair?
Correct.
So how did your family know them?
Mom and Krista were friends for 38 years. And so we kind of just grew up with their family, best family friends. And seeing as Krista didn't have much family around, we kind of just became their family and they became ours.
Was Bart Uncle Bart?
Uncle Bart.
And just tell me briefly, what sort of things would you guys do when you got together? Or
he would be on a work trip and he'd come down to Milwaukee while we were in college and he'd just ask us if we wanted to go out to dinner, if we were in town, or if he wanted us to swing by, hang out, if we needed help with our student loans, anything like that.
all right. How did you first learn that Bart and Krista were missing?
From my mom freaking out.
Okay. In a phone call?
Yes.
Based on that conversation, what, if anything, did you decide to do?
I decided to come home from Milwaukee and figure it out for myself.
Okay. And what did you do once you came home?
As soon as I got home, I talked to my mom for a little while and decided that I should head over to the Halderson residence.
And why'd you do that?
Because since they're like family, I'm sure that Krista would have wanted us to take care of her boys as my parents would have wanted us to take care of them.
Okay.
Unless one of their boys was a psycho who killed them.
And who was at the Halderson home?
Chaz and a bunch of other detectives and stuff.
Okay. And you say Chaz, you mean Chandler?
Chazzle Dazzle. Yeah, he was there with the detectives.
Correct.
Okay. Do you see Chandler in the courtroom today?
Yes.
At this moment, I'd ask anyone within the courtroom, but not in the jury box, to lower their mask for the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and replace your masks.
Could you identify him by where he's seated and maybe the color of his shirt?
He's to my right over here with a blue shirt.
Ask the record to reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Good show.
So do you remember what day this was that you went over to the Halderson home?
Pretty sure it was a Wednesday.
Okay, so that would have been July 7th. Does that sound right?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you go over there with the intention of doing?
Making him dinner and making sure he was okay.
Okay.
Chandler's just got another person to make him dinner. He's good at this, isn't he? You know, doesn't her work colleague Dan get him a pizza at some point as well? And I can just imagine, right? There's this horrible scenario. The work colleague is feeling like, oh man, look, Chandler's got this neck injury and his mother's not there to wipe his ass and cook him dinner, so we better get him a pizza. And I could just imagine Chandler being really particular about his order. Like, no, could you get the one with anchovies, but only some anchovies, not too many. And I like the cheese that's injected into the crust. And tell them not to go too heavy on the tomato sauce. And if it comes with salami, make sure that it is salami, not pepperoni. I don't like pepperoni. Salami.
Did you go with anyone, go by yourself, or something else?
I went with my twin sister, Hannah.
Okay. Do you remember roughly what time you guys showed up?
5:36.
Okay, so dinner time.
Dinner time.
The only time this guy cooks, Amy, is when he wants to con someone into paying for all the ingredients and doing the washing up. He's like, oh, come over, I'll cook for you. And he just knows that when he makes that generous offer, that the only people Chandler offers that to are the people that he knows that are going to feel pressure to say, oh, well, yeah, okay, just tell me everything you need to cook the meal, and I'll make sure we've got everything. What's that? You want the finest wild Alaskan salmon? Not the farmed stuff, not the frozen farmed stuff that's injected with food coloring to make it look pink. You need the real wild Alaskan salmon that's flown in first class from Anchorage.
Okay. Explain to me, was this the first time you'd been at the house, or had you been there many times in the past?
I've been in there quite a few times in the past.
How did the house look that day?
A little different. I noticed the couches were covered. And I didn't notice too much else. There was a table that was turned on its side.
Yeah, I mean, if I were in his situation, distraught over my parents being missing and desperately phoning around friends and helping police and anything I could think of, and one of her colleagues phoning me up and says, listen, look, tell me anything you need. We'll get a pizza sent over to you. Just so you got something in your stomach. What do you fancy? I'd say, oh yeah, look, thanks a lot. That takes a load off my mind. Just get me anything. A double cheese, a veggie supreme, whatever. Yeah, just send it right over. Thanks so much. But Chandler's like, okay. I'd like the pizza with olives, but only if they have the black sliced olives, okay, with the stone removed, okay? If they don't have those kind of olives, I don't want olives. And I would like, if I could go for the meat feast, but without the spicy sausage, that would be great. And and also, I do like the wedges from there, but actually the wedges are better from the chicken place. So if you could speak to the delivery guy and see if he's willing, when he picks up the pizzas, to stop at the chicken place, get the wedges from there and just put it on the bill, that'd be great.
And I can't remember much else, to be honest.
Okay. You said the couches were covered. Do you mean like with blankets? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Did Chandler say anything about that at any point to you?
No.
Okay. And where was the table on its side that you saw?
Have you been in there?
You can explain what room. We've shown pictures.
It's just in the kitchen where the tile was, like near the wall.
Okay. Did you take any pictures of anything in the home that day?
Yeah, I took a picture of the table with Chris's handwriting.
Why'd you do that?
I don't know, because I was trying to figure out if they actually left.
She's got pretty good hair too, huh? I mean, we saw Kat's hair the other day when she testified. It was fucking gorgeous hair. This is different, but also very nice. Very nice.
Or not. Like, I was trying to make sure that, like, I don't know, I guess I was conflicted because
It's nice and long, isn't it? That's quite long hair, right?
heard that they left unannounced, but then I heard that there was a possibility that my parents picked him up, and I'm like, because I actually wanted to know if I was trying to figure out who Pam was, because I've never heard of Pam, and that was the name on the bottom. It said, call Pam if you need anything. So I was like, Mom, who's Pam? But I didn't want to forget who the number and name was on there. So that's why I originally took it.
Okay. All right. So when you get to the house, do you have any interactions with Chandler?
Yes, he greets us at the door and gives us a side hug.
He gave you a side hug? Is that how he normally greeted you?
No. We're a
Explain
hugging
that.
family. We all hug each other, full arms, straight on.
Other than the side hug, how would you describe?
What's a side hug? Is that like just a one-arm hug, basically?
Chandler's demeanor?
I would just say he was preoccupied. He had a lot of other stuff going on. There wasn't much he could do with us. Very busy.
So when you got there, did you guys talk? Did you make dinner? What occurred?
We ended up not making dinner because the detectives were there for a while. My sister and I sat up on the couches while they were downstairs doing stuff with the detectives. And then At one point, we helped out with the dogs because we know they're dogs and they're very scared of people. So we took them out the back and we were playing with them outside for a while, playing fetch. And then we'd come in because one of the dogs got hurt. And so we decided that we'd just bring them in because we don't want them to keep running around if they're already hurt. And then we fed them dinner upstairs. So we returned back upstairs.
Okay, you fed the dogs dinner.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened next?
Detectives left probably like 15, 20 minutes after that. And then my sister and I sat at the table with Chandler.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, I gave it to you. Did you and Chandler discuss anything of note on July 7th when you were over at his house?
The thing that stuck out to me most was about the text messages. So you want me to explain that?
Sure.
Okay. So we were like sitting down. We were just like talking in general, like asking how he was doing. He said he was fine. He's hanging in there. He's just trying to figure out what's going on. And that was my only red flag looking back when he said they asked me for text messages. The detectives did, and you never have to give them your phone. You can just send screenshots because they got everything they need.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. Chandler's parents are missing.
We didn't know that at that point, but yeah.
Okay. Police are there investigating. The police leave. And he gives you advice that you don't have to turn your phone over to police.
Yeah, he said mirroring. The term mirroring.
Instead, he says, don't turn over your phone, take screenshots.
Yeah.
And that was his concern at that moment on July 7th.
Yeah, why is he saying that to the Hilgendorf twins? Don't turn over your phone to police, take screenshots. I mean, what is he worried about with these two? They're not going to have evidence on their phones.
It was one of them, but that's the one that like stuck out to me.
Did you have some communications with Chandler let me back up. Tell me about leaving the house that evening. When did you guys decide to leave, and was there anything that made you leave?
We left because he said he was going to go eat dinner with Gail and Rick. So that's why we ended up not making dinner ourselves with him. We just left the groceries in the car. We never took them in.
Okay. And you leave with your sister?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have any conversations, text messages, or phone calls with Chandler the following day, Thursday, July 8th?
I think it was the 8th. Okay. I do have text messages with him, but I don't remember which day.
Fair enough. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 44. Okay. How would you describe Exhibit 44? And you can turn the page if you would need to.
Is the whole thing?
Yeah. How would you describe it?
Okay. Normal, but still seeming concerned that his parents are missing.
Yeah. It's probably a good point, Carrie. Carrie says he wanted everyone to be difficult about their phones so he wouldn't look like the only weirdo. Yeah, that was probably his intent. I can't imagine it working in reality, though.
And he needs help still.
All right. Is Exhibit 44 text message exchange between you and Chandler?
It is.
And although it has a day or two before, specifically, it's Thursday and it says 2:06 p.m. Is that fair?
Yeah,
And does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of the text messages between you two?
it is.
All right, I'd move Exhibit 44 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And I would ask for the Elmo.
It may be published.
And Haley, there should be a screen right in front of you that you should be able to look at.
Okay.
Although this is sometimes. So we're just going to start the Thursday. And again, that would be July 8th. And is this what you wrote? Hey, how are you doing today?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And then Chandler writes, I'm doing all right. I found some keys and my brother's heading up to the cabin now. So we will know more soon. And how do you respond?
And I said, okay, sounds good. Let us know. It's kind of clear. Let us know if you need anything, I believe.
If you need help with anything?
Yeah.
All right. And then Chandler responds, thanks. Kat came over to help out around the house. I might ask my neighbor to help with the lawn because the mower shakes my head way too much.
Oh my gosh, the mower shakes my head, that bad mower. It's a head-shaking mower, that mower. My injury, my nerve, it's damaged, and the mower goes up my nerve and shakes my little head. And also, when I cook my dinner, it shakes my head. You know, usually my mother cooks my dinner, but she's not here.
And how do you respond?
Again, it's clear, but I said, okay, I can ask my dad too.
And Chandler then responds, that would be nice of you. But he's a really busy guy. Okay.
Hang on. What was that? I was too stuck on the head-shaking mower.
It's my head way house. I might ask my neighbor to help with the lawn because the mower shakes my head way too much.
Can you imagine him going to see his neighbor? Hello, neighbor. Could you be neighborly today and mow my lawn? Because I tried to do it and my head, it shakes. The mower, the mower shakes and then it travels. The shaking travels up my arm, shoulders, neck, where my nerve is, and it shakes my head. What the fuck?
And how do you respond?
How could you fucking live like that? How could you, even if I had an injury and I had to mow the grass and the mower was shaking my head, even if it caused me a shitload of pain, I would either get it done or let the grass grow before going over to the neighbor and say, could you help with the mowing? My grass, my head is shaky head.
Again, it's clear, but I said, okay, I can ask my dad too.
And Chandler then responds, that would be nice of you. But he's a really busy guy. Okay.
That would be nice of you. Yeah, that would be nice of you, because then I wouldn't even have to go and ask my neighbor. If your dad could just come round, but I know he's busy. He's so busy. You know, too busy to help a boy with a shaking head.
Do you understand or do you know why Chandler made the comment about his head and mowing the lawn?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I had heard he'd fallen down the stairs in the middle of the night, the second set of stairs, because they were remodeling their home. So the upstairs bathroom one was still torn up. They did the basement one first. So their rooms are upstairs on the split level. So he was headed downstairs to use the one that was finished, to my understanding.
And did you know anything else about his injury?
From what I heard, he was supposed to be in a collar.
Was he in a collar when you saw him on the 7th?
No.
On the 7th, when you saw him, did he complain about his head, his neck, his shoulders, or anything else?
He was walking a little different than normal. So I asked him and he said that's just part of the injury.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
No,
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Have
Thank
a good
you.
rest of your day.
Okay, the next Hilgendorf is even better.
state now calls Hannah Hilgendorf to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Hello.
Good morning. Go right ahead.
Good morning. I'm going to ask that you pull that mic right up to you since you're going to leave your mask on. Could you please state your first and last name for the record and spell both?
Okay. My name is Hannah Hilgendorf. My first name is spelled Hanna, and my last name is Hilgendorf.
Oh, she's an asymmetrical Hannah. No tailing H.
Hilgendorf.
How old are you, Hannah?
I am 25 years old.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a nurse.
All right. Did you know two people by the name of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
How'd you know them?
My mom was best friends with Krista growing up, and then she met Bart, and they've been a huge part of our lives, our entire life.
In fact, you called them aunt and uncle?
Yes.
And how did you learn this summer that Bart and Krista were missing?
Okay. I was living by myself at the time. So I talked to my parents every once in a while, and sorry, I have to breathe. Okay. So, wait, how did I know what?
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
How did you learn that Bart and Krista were missing?
Okay. So my sister came over to pick me up, and we were going to go shopping at Target, and we were hanging out. And then my parents called, and they were talking to Haley, my sister. Haley is my twin sister, our only sister. So I was in the car with her, and she just starts saying talking to my parents, I can't believe she hasn't, answered yet, or another no call, no show to work. And I was like, what are you talking about? Why are mom and dad freaking out that Krista is not hanging out with them? This is they're adults doing their own thing, And then I was and then she stops, she gets off the phone, and she just tells me everything. Oh, they've apparently been no calling, no showing to work. And she's not answering her phone. And the only person that my mother had spoken to was Chandler Halderson. And so, and my mother, that's the only person that she was getting a hold of at the time, trying to figure out what's going on. And he seemed to have known where they had went.
Okay.
So
based on learning that Bart and Krista were missing, what, if anything, did you decide to do?
Okay. So I decided, we need to be here for Chandler. At this time, I didn't know anything about much, except for they were missing, and Mitchell and Chandler Halderson are we were really close to them growing up. So I said, man, Chaz is home all alone there, without them, this is so sad. And so we run inside, and we had just bought some food to cook. And we were going to go cook it at their house, because we were well, let's just go over there now. Instead of cooking it here, we'll just go run there and say hello to him. And when we pull in the drive, I just remember there was the DAs were there, or detectives. I don't know what you guys are. Okay. But you guys were there. And then
the police.
Yes.
But in plain clothes.
Okay. Yes. The police. I don't know what they really. Okay. So I was whoa, this is crazy, what is going on? So we go inside, and yeah.
Okay.
It's Polish, Udi.
Hannah, had you been over to the 4595 Oak Spring Circle address in the past?
Yes.
Did the house look the same, different, or something else?
A bit different.
Tell me about that.
Okay. Just like each detail.
What you remember, yeah.
Okay. So there were sheets on the couches. And then in the
I know exactly what you mean, Carrie Brooks. She's the kind of girl that has to do all the voices while telling the story. You know, that's exactly right. She seems fun, though. She's quite different from her sister, huh?
basement, I remember like there was these couches pushed together with a blanket laying over the couch as to like you could like lay in that basically, you know. And Chandler had mentioned he was sleeping downstairs to one of the police that was when they were downstairs. I heard him saying that. So he had just been sleeping in the basement with two couches. Or like it's almost like a little fort looking thing that he built for himself, basically downstairs. I can't say to be exact because the picture gets.
Yes, he built himself a fort with loads of pillows and. Oh, man.
Less clear in your mind as time goes on.
Sure.
But it was like a fort looking thing.
Okay. And did Chandler say anything to you, or did you overhear him saying anything about the sheets on the couch?
Yes. I heard him talking to the police saying that one.
What did I say? Did I get that wrong? Okay. Sorry, Carrie or Carrie or what's another one? What's another name that we could confuse? There's a Carla somewhere.
One of the people that he had, you know, because he went to you guys and explained that his parents were missing. Because talking to my parents really were very adamant that he went and reported this. And apparently, like there was another police earlier that day before Sims and this other detective or police, and he okay. That had.
I love how this girl just gets lost in her own story. Okay, I need to breathe. Who did what? Detective Sims did what?
Were missing because talking to my parents really were very adamant that he went and reported this. And apparently, like there was another police earlier that day before Sims and this other detective or police, and he okay. That had went there, and apparently that other detective didn't like.
If I downloaded this video, cut it into random segments and mixed them all up, like shuffled her testimony, it would probably make more sense than it does now.
Like the dog hair on the couches, so he had placed sheets on the couches to.
The dog hair on the couches, what?
The detective didn't like the dog hair on the couches, so he had placed sheets on the couches to protect him from sitting on dog hair.
So some other unknown police officer had asked Chandler to cover the couches?
Yes.
What? The detective didn't like the dog hair on the couches, so asked Chandler to put sheets before he sat down. Well, just don't sit down, detective. We're not here for tea and cookies. You know, like, we're not visiting. You're on a job, Buster, okay?
Because of dog hair?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes.
Did you observe anything about the fireplace that was unusual?
No, I didn't look at it.
Okay.
I walked past it, but it's like my mind was just like, this is such a weird situation and I want to not be here at all.
I think her mind is still in that place.
anymore. Like from the moment I walked in, I didn't want to be there at all, or, so.
What do you mean when you say it was a weird situation?
Well, first off, the police are there, and I didn't know at all, like anything of this caliber.
Yeah, I like her too. I think she'd be great to hang out with.
Or could be possibly ever be going on that I would ever experience this in my life. And the feeling I received from Chandler was different to me than that of that I normally feel from him. It's just weird.
The feeling that I got from Chandler was different than what I normally felt of him. You see, people are picking up. People are picking up, Chandler. They're closing in, Chandler. They're closing in.
From Chandler was different than ever experiences in my life. And the feeling I received from Chandler was different to me than that of that I normally feel from him. It's just weird.
Okay.
I gave him a hug right when I walked in, and it wasn't like, oh my God, good to see you, And I know that his parents were missing and stuff, but it was just he seemed different than he normally does. Not as, he's the more like warmer one usually.
And he was less warm on this occasion.
Yes, I would say less warm.
Did he make?
Hey, that's some good thinking there, Carrie B. She's in response to the detective moving the sheet. I was under the impression that he put another sheet on top of the covered couch to sit on, but you're saying that it sounds like a ruse. The detective wanted to see if something was hidden under the sheets on the couch, blood splatter or anything.
Any statements about his health or how he was feeling?
Well, yes. I guess
That's exactly what a good detective would do, wasn't it? See a covered couch and say, "Oh, do you mind if I move this sheet so I can sit down?" Those little sneaky ways that they investigate without, like having a good reason. They're not saying, "So what's under the couch? Are you concealing anything under that sheet?" He's like, "Oh, do you mind if I move this because it's covered in dog hair?" I like that, Carrie. Do you work for the department? Maybe you should look into it, Carrie. That's some good thinking. You're a natural.
I didn't know he had hurt his neck and stuff like that, prior to this.
She's the intuitive twin. Haley is more analytical. Huh. Yeah. And I'm also betting that this one, Hannah, is the younger one, right? By 3 minutes or whatever it is. Does anyone disagree that Hannah is the younger twin? This twin is the younger twin. I know that there's not going to be a great big difference, but I would bet $100 on that right now.
But he had said something about a neck brace. And I know after the fact, talking to my mom about.
You see, Carrie B was married to a police detective. You see, it shows, Carrie, that kind of thinking that you just did right there. That's like training, that was really good. I like that.
That he had fallen down his stairs. Oh wait, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. I asked.
I love this girl. She's so funny. Can you repeat that one more time? I just got lost in my own sentence.
I didn't.
Let's really try and follow along with her, guys. See if we get lost as well.
It was just a different day that
I'm gonna go back to the question that the prosecutor asked.
That I normally feel from him. It's just weird.
Okay.
I gave him a hug right when I walked in, and it wasn't like, oh my God, good to see you, And I know that his parents were missing and stuff, but it was just he seemed different than he normally does. Not as, he's the more like warmer one usually.
And he was less warm on this occasion.
Yes, I would say less warm.
Did he make any statements about his health or how he was feeling?
Well, yes. I guess
Okay, I think this is the question where she gets lost.
His health or how he was feeling?
Well, yes. I guess I didn't know he had hurt his neck and stuff like that, prior to this. But apparently he had said something about a neck brace. And I know after the fact, talking to my mom about that he had fallen down his stairs. But wait, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. I asked if Chandler spoke to his health or how he was feeling.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I get off the beaten path and then I'm like just telling you.
That's okay. I know you're incredibly nervous.
So, yes. So he had said his head didn't feel right. He was explaining, he hadn't really gotten to eat all day and he hasn't gotten a lot of sleep and his head just really doesn't feel right is what he had kept telling us.
Do you remember telling the detectives that he told you that his head is messed up?
Yeah, like he just didn't feel right. Mm-hmm. Something of that caliber, yes.
Was Chandler wearing a neck brace when you saw him on July 7th?
No.
How did you know about the neck brace?
I had, my mom had told me after the fact, I was like, this is just weird. Like, what in the heck is going on? Talking to my parents about this. And she said that he had fallen. I said there was something about that. And then my mom had mentioned what had happened prior.
Okay. Do you at some point that evening talk to Chandler about his parents being missing?
Yes. So, we sit down at the table and the detectives leave. I wanted to go with them, but
why?
Just a weird vibe. And this is just not somewhere I just didn't feel very safe. Like I felt, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like I'm sitting in the middle of what now seems to be a crime scene with somebody who is acting differently than I'm used to. And it just doesn't feel like a good idea.
Okay. And what, if anything, did Chandler say about his parents being missing?
Okay. Well, do you want me to answer the first? It was about the what he said differently. Or you said, never mind. Okay.
I don't know what my previous question was.
It was going to be
why don't we just start fresh?
See, even the prosecutor doesn't know what the previous question was. I get lost as well. This is one of those girls that when she gets lost, she loses everybody in the room.
I just didn't feel very safe. Like I felt, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like I'm sitting in the middle of what now seems to be a crime scene with somebody who is acting differently than I'm used to. And it just doesn't feel like a good idea.
I'm sitting in the middle of a crime scene with somebody who is acting differently than what I'm used to. We need context.
About his parents being missing.
Yes. So, we sit down at the table and the detectives leave. I wanted to go with them, but
why?
Just a weird vibe. And this is just not somewhere I just didn't feel very safe. Like I felt, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like I'm sitting in the middle of what now seems to be a crime scene with somebody who is acting differently than I'm used to. And it just doesn't feel like a good idea.
Okay. And what, if anything, did Chandler say about his parents being missing?
Okay. Well, do you want me to answer the first? It was about the, what he said differently. Or you said, Never mind. Okay,
I
sorry.
don't know what my previous question
It was gonna be
but why don't we just start fresh? And what, if anything, did Chandler say about his
Yeah, start fresh. In fact, could we call you to the stand again and just start fresh? You know, we're lost, Hannah. Okay, let's get back on track, Hannah.
parents being missing?
Okay. He said, in the moment he told me, they're probably just at a casino.
What did you think of that comment?
There's no way. There's just no way that they are like just the sweetest, loving people you will ever meet. And there is no way that, they would have ever put anyone that they love or care about in a situation where they're worried about where they are. She's like, do you need a glass of water? Do you need this? Do you need that? Like very sweet, loving, like caring people. There is nobody sweeter than those two. Like anything that they can do for you, they're going to do it. And they would never make anybody worried about where they are kind of people. And especially no way to a casino. Like she is a very modest, very kind of shyer person and wouldn't be doing that.
Did Chandler say anything else about his parents being missing besides the casino comment?
Really, he just kind of questioned me, like, should he make a Facebook post?
Tell me about that.
Well, we sat down and me and my sister went up and we were sitting at the main dining table in the upstairs, and he said, like, I don't know what to do now. Like, should I make a Facebook post? Like right after the police had left. And I was thinking to myself, I wanted to say, duh, like your parents are missing. It's almost feeling like you have to think about how to act, like if your parents are missing, you go online, you tell everybody, you go to the police the day of, especially a no call, no show to work. They would have never done that. So, and
Yeah,
I
I love how these girls just so immediately like, what do you mean they no call, no show to work? What do you mean that they're in a casino blowing all their money? Duh. Make a Facebook post.
ask me, what you should do now, and should you make a Facebook post? Like, how should you go about this? It was just interesting. And
did Chandler make any comments to you about giving your phones to police?
Yeah, that's like the first thing we had discussed. So he said that if a cop ever asks you to take your phone, you do not need to give your phone to them, because you can show them everything that they need without letting them mirror your phone. And that was like one of the first things that he had said to me. That's why I was like, I don't know. I was like, are you kidding me? Your parents are missing again. In my head, your parents are missing. You had apparently had contact with your parents, which I had learned later down the road talking to my mother after the fact. It wasn't my thing that I heard of, but it's just another thing adding to the story of like, your parents are missing. Why don't you let them mirror your phone so we can figure out if you had tried to call them, if we could see the location on the phone or anything like that.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
I have nothing. Thank you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Yes.
Ms. Hilgendorf, thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day.
State calls Jane Hilgendorf. You're gonna go with that gentleman right there.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning. If you are willing and feel
Yeah,
so
totally agree, Carrie B. Big on vibes, using her common sense. I like it. I like it too. I thought she was great. Really good girl. Yeah.
safely and responsibly.
And like she was totally like upfront, what is the word? Like had his number. Didn't feel safe, right? I don't know if we got that same sense of urgency from her sister Haley, you know. Hannah was like in tune with the situation and told us all about it. Very, very good witness.
Testifying without your mask would be our preference.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So this is the mother Hilgendorf now, Lady Hilgendorf.
Right ahead.
Good morning. Could you please tell us your name and spell it out?
Jane Hilgendorf, Hilgendorf.
And just because we have a record, I have to, even though I think I know, you have to spell your first name.
Jane, Jane.
And Jane, who are you married to?
Michael Hilgendorf.
You'll be happy to know he testified and he deferred to you a lot. So we're going to ask you a lot of questions.
Okay,
Okay. Did you know someone named Bart and Krista Halderson?
I did.
Who did you know first?
Krista.
Tell me about how you knew Krista.
Well, we met in middle school. We didn't become really good friends until high school. She became my best friend our freshman year. We sat together every morning before my English class outside Miss Bear's room.
Where were you all going to school?
We both went to East
I think we should call Miss Bear as a witness.
High School.
Here in Madison?
Yep.
Do you remain friends with Krista your whole life?
Yep. 39 years. She's been my best friend.
Could you give us a little bit of history of Krista after high school? What did she do?
So after high school, she went to Eau Claire College. Her dad got sick, and so she came back to Madison and finished her college career at UW-Madison.
Okay. Do you know what she majored in?
Art history.
Why do you laugh?
Well, because it's not
many jobs in art
not
history.
a job you can go and be like, oh, I'm an art history major. Can I?
There's no art history factory.
Correct.
Okay. After graduating with a degree in art history, what did Krista do with her life?
She worked at Boston store, Home Goods. She got married to Bart.
How did she meet Bart?
They both worked together at Boston store.
Okay.
She was a manager and he was a clerk.
Was that the one here in Madison?
Yep,
That used,
at East Town Mall.
used
Yep.
to exist. About when, and I don't expect an exact date, but about when did they get married?
When did they get married?
Yeah, what year, if you know, or approximately.
1994, July 31st.
July 31st,
Yeah.
1994. Where did the Haldersons start their family? What town were they living in when they started?
DeForest.
And how long did they live in DeForest, approximately?
Probably 6-ish years, maybe.
Okay.
When they
And-
bought the house, because they had lived in an apartment up until that point, and then they bought a house. And then on Mohawk, 505 Mohawk. And then the boys went to school, like kindergarten and first grade there. And then they moved to Plymouth.
And is Plymouth where they resided for quite a while?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. How far away was Plymouth from you?
About 2 hours and 15 minutes from house to house.
That was the farthest you'd ever probably lived away from Krista.
Yes.
And did you maintain your friendship during that time?
Yes.
The boys were born and they went to school in Plymouth?
They were born in DeForest, started school in DeForest, and then went to Plymouth to school.
And did they go all the way through school in Plymouth, or did they move before they graduated?
Nope. Bart had received another job when Chandler was a senior, and Krista's like, we're not moving him until he's done with high school so that he can finish.
Yeah, good point, Riding Shotgun. You can help support True Crime Metrix by buying candy or coffee at at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. I thought I'd do an experiment today and just not do any call outs myself to the buymeacoffee.com support website. That didn't really work out. I was kind of thinking, oh, maybe people are getting really annoyed that I I try to keep it to once an hour, just as a reminder, as a great way that you can support the channel at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. I thought people might get really annoyed at that, But, after I say it, that's when the coffees come. So I think I should keep saying it because, we've been on for 3.5 hours now. And I think I only said it once. But it shows. It shows. So if you're sat there and you're thinking, gee, I love True Crime Metrix. I'd love for him to make more, better content with better equipment. How can I help support the channel? Well, the good news is that there is a way that you can do that. It's called buymeacoffee.com, which there is a link in the description, or Riding Shotguns put one right there in the comments. How easy is that, folks? You can buy us a coffee.com at buymeacoffee.com, True Crime Metrix, or you could become a fantastic Buy Me a Coffee member, just like our favorite Addie Zanone did today, all the way from A to Z. Gee, I love her name. I just think it's the coolest name to say, Addie Zanone. It's like calzone, but with an Addie, Or Patreon. Patreon also a great place to support the channel. Or right here on YouTube. We've got memberships on YouTube too. We've got super like, super chat, super thanks, super sticker. Or also, if you don't want to support the channel with a coffee or a membership or whatever, you could just leave a like on the video, subscribe, share, leave a comment. And we've also got the merch store, the fantastic merch store. I think we'll be releasing some seasonal merch store material at True Crime Metrix. I mean, who isn't going to want a True Crime Metrix Christmas sweater? How great does that sound? Yeah, more to come. I think our goal for tomorrow is 3 new merch items in the store. That's merch.truecrimemetrics.com. But for right now, the best way to support the channel is buymeacoffee.com at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thanks, guys. Thanks a million.
Finish out at one school.
So the boys were able to graduate from Plymouth.
Correct.
And Bart's new job drew him closer to you again.
Yes.
And you were happy with that.
I was excited about that. Yes.
And they went back to the same general area of Dane County.
Windsor, but yeah.
And that's the house on Oak Spring Circle.
Correct.
Okay. So they moved there just after Chandler would have gotten done with high school.
Correct.
Maybe 5 years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
Throughout all of these years, your families stayed connected, were friends?
Yes.
Tell me what types of things you do together.
So once, I believe it was winter break, Krista and I and the 2 boys and my 2 girls, my twins, we went to like Blue Harbor and stayed in a hotel at a water park. We would do dinners together, usually at Pedro's in Madison. They would come down and that was our spot, and we would all go out to dinner. Krista and I would visit each other, periodically. She would drive to Madison or I would go up there. Like on the girls' last day of, I don't even know what grade they were in, after they were done, because they only go for a short period of time in the morning, we drove to Krista and we went to Sheboygan to the beach
Oh, okay.
and just hung out for the afternoon.
That state park.
Another shout out to Fantastic Chicken Joe. If anyone hasn't seen Surf's Up, the penguin movie where they surf, it's real good. It's got a big penguin in it called Big Z, who's the surfing legend of Honolulu or wherever it is they go to surf. Fantastic surfing penguin movie.
Park that's over there?
Yep.
Andre Kohler, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that is correct.
I've been to all the state parks. That's all.
Okay.
All 48.
I don't remember it. She just drove, I just rode.
Okay. Hard question, and feel free to tell me if you can't answer it, but you were around these folks a lot with their kids. What kind of parents were Bart and Krista?
Amazing.
What do you mean by that?
They never really got angry. Like, I'll throw myself under the bus because when I get mad at my girls, I used to yell. They weren't yellers. They didn't do any of that stuff. I mean, I don't think they had probably ever even spanked their kids. They always gave them options and choices.
Okay. Now, Mitchell and Chandler, very close in age, 18 months or so apart.
Correct. Yeah.
Mitchell wasn't living in the house on Oak Springs, correct?
No.
But Chandler was?
Right. When they first moved there, he lived there for a very short period of time.
And
Mitchell did.
Mitchell did. And was Chandler always living there, or had he moved out at times and come back?
He had moved out and when he went to school in Platteville. And then, they move out, live in a dorm, then come back for the summers. And then I think he lived on, I believe it's Main Street, by like the Echo Bar. I don't know what the street is.
Sure. He lived down here somewhere.
Yep.
With some roommates?
Yep.
Okay. But then eventually moved back
Exactly.
with
Yep.
mom and dad? Okay.
Yep. After a year or about a year. Yeah.
In early July of last year, 2021, at some point you hear that Krista didn't go to work one day where she was supposed to be there, right?
I got a call from my husband. Yes.
Yeah, basically it was her sister, Carrie. I mean, these girls were tight, right? Just an amalgamated family with the Haldersons, cousins. Their kids were like cousins. These two were like sisters. I'm sure Bart got along with Michael Hilgendorf, trips up to the lake. They probably had Christmases together and all sorts. I mean, just total, relatives, really. More so than her actual family.
And your husband works with Krista?
Correct. At Zimbrick, yes.
What, if anything, do you do with that information when you hear that Krista no-showed on a Friday to work?
I went, that's not my best friend. She would never do that. So I immediately called her cell. It went right to her voicemail. I called Bart. It went right to his voicemail. And I'm like, what the heck? So I didn't remember that I had Chandler.
That's fine.
We call him Chaz.
That's fine.
I didn't remember I had his number. So I called Mitchell right away. And I asked Mitch, I said,
hey, thanks so much for that coffee, Ryden. Thank you so much, Ryden. We love you, Ryden.
where's your mom? And he's like, what do you mean? She's at work. And I said, she didn't go to work and she didn't call in. He's like, I don't know. So then I called Chandler. After he was my fourth call. In the meantime, I had texted Krista a few times asking her where she
cabin? Had you been there personally?
No, we were always going to go. We had made plans.
Where's the audio? There's no audio. It's not me, guys. It's Law and Crime or whoever this is. Right. I guess we're going to have to skip. There we go.
Which I thought was strange because, I mean, half the time her and I would say, you know,
I
I'm going
know,
to the
Carrie
cottage
Brooke, but thanks for being on the case.
this weekend, whatever. I never got a phone call like that. So that was kind of out of the ordinary for me. And for me to not be.
Good night, Evelina. Evelina Hoodie, apparently, not Chuddy. See, we're learning all sorts about Polish pronunciation tonight, folks. Evelina Hoodie.
Able to get a hold of her. I mean, if she didn't answer my calls right away, she would always call me back.
Sure.
Because she was like my sister. So.
Did Chandler seem to have any more details other than that?
Hokusai. His waves were following me around for years. The waves and the guys in the boat.
Were with another couple and they went to the cabin?
He said that they loaded up.
Yeah, you should speak to Neverly Darling when she comes back online, Patricia, because she has this. She sent me a picture of her computer keyboard the other day. It's a Hokusai. She's got a Hokusai printed right on the keyboard.
A bunch of booze and took a whole bunch of money. And maybe that they went gambling and they were going to have a really good time.
I'm going to pause there for 1 second.
Okay.
Oh yeah, look at the incredulous, the incredulity of her face here. Like she's like, that would never happen. They took a bunch of money to the casino.
Did Chandler seem to have any more details other than they were with another couple and they went to the cabin?
He said that they loaded up a bunch of booze and took a whole bunch of money. And maybe that they went gambling and they were going to have a really good time.
I'm going to pause there for 1 second.
Okay.
Were Bart and Krista people who loaded up a bunch of booze into their car usually?
No.
No.
You answered somewhat emphatically. What do you mean by that?
So we had been to their house many occasions. My husband and Bart would have like a beer. That's all Bart would ever drink is a beer, or he likes scotch. That was, or a little small glass of scotch, whatever. Just as we were winding down, Krista usually didn't drink. She would have maybe a beer. So I can preface this. I had asked on one of my occasions when I went up to her house, I'm like, do you want me to pick up a bottle of wine for us tonight? And she's like, no, I don't want to drink in front of the kids. And I was like, you're an adult. You can.
Right. You don't share that concern yourself.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I can have a glass of wine. I'm an adult.
You are. And the money, did that make any sense to you that Bart and Krista would load up cash, a bunch of cash and go up to the cabin?
No. Bart's a CPA. He was very tight with his money. They both were. They kind of had a budget and they didn't spend outside that budget. Hence, their house was in disarray a little bit.
Sure. They were remodeling.
They were remodeling it to what Krista wanted. Yes.
Doing some work themselves.
You bet.
Maybe not up to code.
Demo day. Okay. He had a shirt that said demo day.
Hello, Christina. Welcome. Good to see you.
Okay.
Yeah. After this initial call with Chandler, this is on Friday, the day of the no call, no show?
Correct.
What'd you do? What'd you do with that information?
I tried calling her. We were planning to go up to our cottage. So I had called her a few times. I didn't get a hold of her. We all went up to our cottage as planned. So it was myself, my husband, one of my twins, and her boyfriend.
Okay. Your cottage in relation to theirs, I think your husband said 88 miles away. Sound about right to you?
Yep, about an hour. Yep.
But despite being an hour away, And both of you having cottages up north. You never made the trek. You'd always thought maybe we'll do it Sunday, but you'd never done it.
Right.
So while you're up at the cottage, are you worried about what's going on?
A little bit. And then I got a text from Chaz saying that his mom and dad were fine. They made it up to the cottage and they were going to the parade in Langlade. Or, well, sorry, White Lake, I believe was his comment to me. And I was like, oh, okay. He said he had gotten a text from her. So I was like, that made me feel a little better. Like, okay, no big deal.
At what point do you begin to grow concerned again?
He called me on Wednesday and said, Mom and Dad haven't come home. And I was like, what? He's like, and I haven't heard from them. And I'm like, did you call them? And he's like, yeah, I've tried. I'm like, okay. At that point, he asked me what he should do. And I said, call the police, have them go over, do a well check on the cottage. And he's like, okay. I called him back a little later and I said, did you call? And he's like, no, I can't find the number for up there. My husband, knowing me, he's like, all right, we're going to get in the car. We're just going to drive over there. I asked him for the address. He texted it to me so that I could get there.
Sure. And when you say the call with Chandler that he didn't know the number up there, he didn't know the number to the police?
To the police station? Yeah. Or who to call up there? I mean,
sure.
I don't know. I just thought you could call any police station and they could kind of give you a number or connect you somehow.
Sure.
I guess in my pea brain, that's what I thought.
Okay. We could Google it, something like that.
Yeah. Or yeah. I mean, there's got to be numbers out there somewhere.
So you decide to take matters into your own hands. You and your husband are going to take a drive.
That's right.
So
we did.
Off you go, 88 miles, and you get to
One
the
way.
cottage.
Yep.
What do you find?
There is two like big old like spoked wheels. Like people use them in their outdoor motif all the time. And then there's
Wagon wheels. I mean, how hard is that? Wagon wheels.
a birch log across that. And I'm like, I take a picture and I'm like, is this the cottage? And he's like, yeah. And then he's like, haven't you ever been there? And I'm like, no. At this point, I called him on my cell and I said, Chandler, no one's been here. The grass is like 2 feet tall, well, 16 inches, 2 feet tall. And when you drive over grass, like when we haven't been up to the cottage, it gets pushed over. So you know that somebody's been there. It wasn't pushed over. It was pretty tall.
So you call Chandler.
I called him back.
Get
and
back
I
in your
said,
car, I would imagine, and you're talking to him?
my husband didn't let me go out of the car. He said, you stay in. I'm going to go look.
Okay.
So I called Chandler back. So I have him on the phone and I'm like, nobody's been here. And he's like, are the doors unlocked? And I said, no, they're locked from the outside, which I thought was weird because ours has a normal like key lock.
Right.
And he's like,
Chandler Halderson loves sending people up to the cabin where there's no one there, doesn't he? Yeah, why don't you take a drive up? Yeah, and see if there's any sign. Hey, Mitch, what are you doing this weekend? Want to drive to the cabin, Mitch? 4 hours away when you're not used to long trips? Good. Here's the key.
no, that's how it is. I'm like, okay. And he's like, did you check everywhere behind like the boathouse? And I'm like, Uncle Mike's doing that right now.
Yeah. Chandler's like, yeah, did you check everywhere? The boathouse, the treehouse, the cabin. You check behind the cabin. There's a wood hut behind the cabin. Did you check in there? Check the wood hut. Did Uncle Mike see any sign?
He's like, okay. He's like, did you find anything? And I said, like, what? And I was shocked that he said any bullet shells or any blood or anything. And I went, what? And he's
any bullet shells, any blood or anything. Did he see any of those things? I think if he saw any of those things, he would tell you, right? Why is he asking that? What the fuck is wrong with this kid? Did you see anything? Did Uncle Mike, when he was checking the wood hut, did he see any blood or bullet shells or anything like that? Did he see those things?
He's like, did you find anything? And I'm like, no one's been here. And he's like, okay, what do you think I should do? I'm like, you need to report them as missing. Obviously, they didn't make it here. I don't know how they could go to a parade if they didn't make it here, but whatever. Maybe they stayed somewhere else. I didn't know.
Right. At that point, you head back to your cottage for a little bit?
Yes. And then I got a call from a Detective Nelson, I believe.
You started talking to the police at that point?
Yep. I got a phone call. So yeah, he asked some questions and I told him what I knew. And he called, is that Wednesday? Yeah. And then he called back to like the next, so on Wednesday, after I got that phone call, I looked at my husband and he's like, we'll just pack up and go home tomorrow. He looked at me and he goes, you're not going to be happy. Let's just go. So we packed up our cottage, shut it down, and drove back to Madison on Wednesday.
Sure. When you got back to Madison, I think we heard from your daughters, they took some time and they had went over to the Halderson house at some point.
Right, because I had told them, I said, well, and Krista and Uncle Bart are missing. And Haley's like, we'll just go be with Chaz so he's not alone. I said, okay. Because that's what she would do for me.
Did you yourself go over there?
I did not, because we didn't get back until late. And just the girls had already come back. And I'm like, okay. So, and I knew he had been invited, according to the twins, to Dan and Mary's, which are some friends that live up the street from them, on Wednesday. That's what he told the twins. Oops, sorry.
Okay. After that call with Chandler in the car about the search of the cabin and no one being there, did you talk to him again after that?
I did.
When?
We stopped at McDonald's in Eagle River. Eagle River. And I called him back and I said, have you heard anything? And he's like, no. He's like, but I went to the police station and filed a report that they hadn't come home. And I said, okay, good. So they'll be looking for them. But I forgot to mention one. I was on the phone with him when I was sitting at the cottage. I said, I have looked for Bart's car everywhere. And he's like, oh, Aunt Jane, didn't I tell you that they didn't take their car? I said, what do you mean they didn't take their car? He's like, they rode with the other couple. I said, who? And he's like, I don't know. I said, do you know what kind of car they drove? Because I'm thinking, maybe we can look for that car. And he didn't know. So I was like, okay.
So you head back to Madison because there's no car to look for, there's no people to look for, and they're not at the cabin.
Nope.
After you get back to Madison, do you have any contact with Chandler yourself?
No, I didn't. No, I did not.
Okay. You never went to the house yourself?
After, Mitchell invited me over to the house.
Since?
Yes. After everything occurred, yes.
I'm going to take 1 second, okay? So if you want to take a drink of water now would be a good time. The judge will probably even pour it for you if you ask.
You want some water?
It's a good idea for all of us, right? Thank you very much.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be
No, thank
released
you.
and excused.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Have a good remainder of your day. You can leave the water up there if you want, or take it with you. Up to you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your free gift. That's your free gift for listening to our sales presentation. Who's this guy now? This is another guy, or is it? Yeah, I think we should see Michael Hilgendorf. We're doing a Hilgendorf special. We've had all of them up here. The daughters, the mom, the ma. Hey, ma. Ma.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay. Good morning, sir. If you are comfortable and willing and believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good morning, sir. Could you please tell us your name? And I think you're going to have to slow down and spell your last one for us, but spell both your first and last name.
Sure. My name is Michael Hilgendorf, Michael, and the last name's Hilgendorf.
I'm going to ask if you can grab the mic by the base and pull it towards you a little more.
Sure.
Sometimes lower voices just don't resonate the way that we need them to under the system. Thanks.
Sure.
Michael, how old a man are you?
53 years old.
And where do you live? Just what town in state?
I live in Madison here on the east side.
Did you know someone by the name of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
Who did you know first?
I knew Krista, went to middle school with her. Me and my wife did.
So you and your wife went to middle school with Krista?
Yes.
And even have you known her ever since?
Yes.
Have you been friends with Krista ever since middle school?
Yes.
Could you give us a little bit of history about when Krista met Bart, whenabouts that was, and how they met?
My wife is much more of a has much more of a memory on that. But Bart and Krista met. They were working at a store in the mall, and they met there, and that's how their relationship grew there. And
your families maintained a friendship with the Haldersons over the years?
yes, very close. Our kids are very close, the same age, within 2 weeks.
Would you mind telling me a little bit about your family? You're married. You have a wife.
Yep.
What's her name?
My wife is Jane Hilgendorf.
And you have some daughters?
Yep. I have twin girls, Hannah and Haley Hilgendorf. They're 25.
And preview a little bit today, but they're all going to be here today. They're all here right now, aren't they?
Correct.
Over the years, would your families get together a lot and see each other?
Yep. When we had the chance to get together, we always went out to a Mexican restaurant, Pedro's, that we would always hang out with. And that way we had enough room to everybody to spread out and relax.
Are your kids, your daughters, approximately in the same age group as the Halderson boys?
Yes.
And would they be friends with each other?
Yes.
How well did you know Bart Halderson?
Very well. Very well. I think the only thing that we were good is we don't spend enough time together. You're just busy, but we're close friends. And it was nice when they moved back to Windsor so that we're closer and we could spend more time together.
What kind of things would your families do together?
Well, since they moved down to that pond, we used to do a lot of fishing there. That was fun. But mostly we would just visit and get together or have dinner and as we got older.
The Haldersons have a cabin?
Yes.
Do you know whereabouts that was?
I only know about where it was from going over there. I think it's in Langlade County, but I had never personally been there until driving there.
You never went to the cabin with the Haldersons?
No.
When was the first time you realized that maybe something was up, that either Bart or Krista hadn't been heard from?
Well, the first thing I found that was odd was I think it was, I'm not sure the actual day, if it was Friday or But like July 1st, work called me late in the day because I worked with Krista. And they wanted to know if she had called me and let me know that she wasn't going to come in the day, which I found was odd. It was already late in the day for me. I was within an hour or two of leaving. Sure. And I said, no, I hadn't heard anything, but I would try to call the boys and see if we could figure out, what was going on.
And we should pause because I think we should make sure everyone understands.
Yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it? When all this stuff, when Chandler is just spouting all this crazy shit that doesn't make any sense, I think it's important for us to regroup and try and figure out what is going on, right? That really is top of the list. It's like if you had a list of things to do that day, that would be high up, wouldn't it?
You worked with Krista.
Yes, Krista worked. She had was going to get a job, and I says, "Well, we have openings at Zimbrick. I work for Zimbrick Volkswagen in Madison," and so she fit in well over at our used building, which is about one block across the street, and she fit in down there at the body shop very well.
What was her job?
I think she took care of their accounting and their paperwork and ran their customer counters for when the people would come and pick up their cars.
Got it. So you got a call on that Friday that she had missed work.
Yeah, they called me late in the day to check. And that Friday, we reached out, and I believe Jane called Chandler and Mitchell. And then at that point in time, I got back to work, and we were told, obviously, that they had went to the cabin. And we were leaving on vacation for 2 weeks to go to our cabin in Sainer, Wisconsin. And so we took off, and assuming that everything was kosher, and we just left and went on vacation because that's
kosher style
where we were headed.
Did you leave that Friday?
Yes.
So if I told you that Friday was July 2nd, that sound about right to you?
Yeah, it's right in that area.
You're up at your cabin. How long were you planning on staying up there?
I think we were planning on staying until the 9th and then coming back.
At some point, did your concern or your family's concern grow over Bart and Krista and where they were?
Yes, it did. Well, we really hadn't heard a whole lot. And then we had received a call again as far as from Chandler that they still were not missing or not found. And at that point in time, I asked my wife just to get the address, and we would drive there to their cabin to see how they were doing or if they needed help.
Now, this was the next week after that Friday, going into that next week?
Yeah, so I would think that would have been a Wednesday of the next week, if I remember correctly. So we got up, drove over there, and that was the first time, we'd ever been to that cabin.
How did you get the address?
Chandler gave it to my wife, and then we added it into the GPS and drove over to the cabin.
So on Wednesday, you drive over. Was it close? Or you're right next door?
No, it was 88 miles away.
Okay, bit of a trek.
Yes.
And it was just you and your wife at that point?
Correct.
Tell me what you found when you got to the cabin.
Absolutely nothing. There was a log over the driveway, which looks like that's the way they had it. It was kind of goes up to like an old wagon wheel and crosses over. So I stepped over that. There was probably, I would say, 12 to 14 inches of grass. So the grass hadn't been cut, and you could see that nobody was there. I did walk around the cabin and look at all the doors, and everything was locked up tight. There was external padlocks on all the doors.
Okay. After walking around the cabin, did you conclude that they hadn't been there?
Correct. I got back in the car with my wife, and I said, they're not here. They haven't been here.
What did you do? What did you do at that point? What did you and your wife do with that information?
Well, at that point in time, then we called Chandler back to let him know that they were not there.
Can I ask you a question? Were you at the cabin, around the cabin when you called?
Yes.
You had cell phone?
At their cabin.
And you had
Yes.
cell phone service?
Yes.
And Did you overhear the conversation with Chandler? Or was
I
it
did.
just your wife on the phone?
No, I overheard it. We have Bluetooth through the stereo of
Through the car?
Yes.
Okay. And did you inform Chandler that his parents weren't there?
Yeah. We told him that the parents weren't there.
What did he say?
At that point in time, he said you didn't see anything. No shotgun shells, no blood, nothing.
No shotgun shells outside the wood hut at the back of the house. No blood in the boathouse. Was there much blood? I'm looking for some reason that he would have thought, that Chandler would have thought, that asking that kind of question would do anything other than just alert people that something was up with him. I mean, what is the reason for that? Does he just not get how people think or something? Or that just, what should he have said in that situation? He should have said, okay, you're certain that they've not been there. That's your like 99% impression. There's no sign whatsoever. So when you drove up there, Uncle Mike, did you take the route that you would normally take with Mom and Dad if you were going to the cabin? Was there any sign of an accident? Any police caution tape or something? You know, what would be the logical thing he would ask? You know, do you think you should go to the sheriff's department that's local in Land Lake County and see if there's a report of a motor vehicle accident? Or, you know, anything, but there were no shotgun shells or blood in the wood hut?
And I said, absolutely nobody has been here.
He asked if you'd saw shotgun shells or blood.
Shotgun shells, blood, anything. And I, at that point in time, the conversation ended up fairly quickly. And that's when me and Jane we're back in the car, obviously, and we turned around to head back to our cabin. And I responded to Jane. I said, this is really giving me a sick stomach. I said, this does not seem right. This something's not right here. And that's where we left it.
What did you end up doing that day?
We ended up going back to our cabin. We slept for a couple hours, put everything in the car, and came directly home that same day. So, which was, I believe, like I said, a Wednesday.
After you got back home, did you yourself have any other contact with Chandler Halderson?
I did not. But on the way home, I know my girls had went over to the house.
Okay. All right, 1 second.
Sure.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. You are aware that the Haldersons moved to Plymouth, Wisconsin when Chandler Halderson was around first grade. Is that right?
My wife would remember more things like that. I don't know what age they moved there.
There was a chunk of time, maybe 10 years, when they didn't live in Dane County and lived in Plymouth, Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
And during that time, is it safe to assume that the regular meetings at Pedro's, and of course, they weren't living in the house with the fishing, so those things weren't happening, correct?
Correct.
And so you were getting together with them less than you would when they lived close by?
I myself, yes. My wife was still getting together with her off and on. My wife would drive up.
When you went to the cabin in July of 2021, Were you looking for any evidence or any information about what might or might not have happened up there?
I was looking for Krista and Bart, and I didn't find any evidence that anybody would be there or was there, for a matter.
Yes, everybody, like Riding Shotgun says, join our Patreon for fantastic Patreon membership today at True Crime Metrix. Patreon.com/True Crime Metrix _official. How official does that sound? It does sound official, doesn't it? _official. Or we've got buymeacoffee.com /True Crime Metrix.
When you were looking around, you found at least one shell casing somewhere on the property, correct?
No.
And you brought that up with Chandler when you talked to him on the phone, correct?
That I found a shell casing?
Yeah.
No, I said we didn't find anything there. I didn't say anything about shells.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect? No. May this witness be excused and released?
You may.
Thank you so much, sir. You have a good rest of your day.
And Judge, could we approach for, I promise it'll only be about 5 seconds.
Sure.
And you can head out, sir.
Okay.
Perhaps I can make a record after you tell me what it is. So
Sure.
we can just...
Look at them all. He's like, "Have you seen my new model train set? It's got the it's the one with the snow-capped mountain peak in the background and the alpine trees. We put those around the mountain peak, and then it's like we're driving through the Alps. Okay, you've got to come round to my house this weekend and check out the new set. It goes up the stairs and through round the entire garden. We're actually building a life-sized model of the Mallard, the first train to ever break the sound barrier. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Come round. We can do a race. The Polar Express. We can trash it. It doesn't matter. It's just a gimmick from a movie. It's not a collectible item. Yes. What else does he do? My ship in bottle collection. I'm currently working on the HMS Bounty. That's a 3-masted schooner. Okay? Yes, please come and have a look at my 3-masted schooner. Next week, I'm going to start the Black Pearl from the Pirates of the Caribbean, building it right there in a tiny bottle. I think we should skip to the end and see who that witness was after Jane. Who was he? It's just the short witness.
Good morning, sir. If you're able to safely and responsibly testify without your mask, that would be our preference.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your
He looks exactly like Mike Hilgendorf. Isn't that not him?
first and last name?
Michael Bolt, MICHAELBOLDT.
Ooh, DT. Michael Bold. Michael Bold. I'm a drummer.
Mr. Bolt, did you know a person people by the name of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes, I did.
How did you know them?
Bart was a lifelong friend of mine. Grew up down the road, and I got to know Krista pretty much as soon as he met her.
Did you know their children?
Yes, I did.
In what capacity did you know Chandler and Mitchell?
I am actually godfather for both of them.
Did you have contact with them throughout the years?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we would see usually holidays and for both of the boys' birthdays and around tax time because Bart did my taxes. So.
Okay. How did you come to learn that Bart and Krista were missing?
I got a text from my sister and she said, "Have you been on Facebook this morning?" And I replied no, and immediately went to Facebook to where I see that she had shared the picture of Bart and Krista and that they were missing.
And when you learned that they were missing, did you start to learn details that they had taken alcohol or gone to a casino?
I did. I believe it was.
Well, thanks so much, Laura, for that beautiful Canadian super sticker. It's just so nice. It's so nice I could kiss it.
When Chandler had his interview with one of the local stations down here, I was online constantly, looking for something, and I saw what they had reported or what he had reported.
And you were good friends with Bart. Tell me about his drinking habits.
When I was with him, if we had a drink or two throughout the whole weekend, that would probably be it. Sometimes we would go the whole weekend without having a drink, and it was never in front of Mitchell or Chandler.
And
that's pretty strict. You couldn't call that a drinking habit. That's like a drinking nothing habit, right? My habit is drinking nothing.
Assume, obviously, Bart was your accountant.
Yes.
Tell me about his habits with money.
I don't like to call people tightwads, but I would say Bart was very tight with his money. And he actually introduced me to his investor and suggested that I get something set up for my son as far as a 529 was concerned, which I took his advice, and I know he put money away for the children. And, we had conversations about it. And
did you ever know him to gamble?
No. I could have given Bart a $100 bill, and I think he would have gave it back and said, "No, we're not going." I don't ever think that he stepped foot in a casino as far as I'm aware.
At some point in your careers over your life, you worked in solar paneling. Is that fair?
That is correct. Yes, I went to school, I believe, in 2011, 2012.
So I bet Chandler stayed the fuck away from this guy. Oh, look, there's a guy that's actually involved with solar panels. So when I'm bullshitting about my project, going, yes, Elon Musk wants me to come and arrange the solar panel configuration to power this building. But of course, we can't have the solar panels pointing at the traffic because that could be a hazard for motorists. This guy's going to listen to it and say, "Okay, Chandler, tell me one thing about the photovoltaic." You see, I can't do anything. Photovoltaic energy source of the compounded radiatory frequency of solar molecules. Tell me about that, Chandler.
12. And then I got a job shortly after that.
Did you ever have conversations with Chandler about solar paneling?
Yes, briefly. Bart and Krista and Chandler and I talked about it, and they had told me he was going to go to school for solar energy. And I borrowed him a tool that I had received when I went to school, and we discussed it briefly. And that was pretty much the extent of that.
Did Chandler ever work with you installing solar panels?
No, he did not.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be...
Yeah, right, Patricia Burns. Look at Chris Watts' mother. I think we need to do a special episode on Chris Watts' fucking mother, Cindy. Jesus Christ. I mean, I found watching her interviews with the press and listening to her talk to Chris on the prison calls and everything like that fucking disturbing. Just as or more disturbing than listening to Chris in his freaking interview. I mean, you know, people might get on me and say, well, she hasn't been charged with anything. Why are you getting on her ass? Well, she's a fucking dangerous person. Look what she did to her son. You know, ultimately it's his responsibility, but that is not a good mother. That woman should not be a mother. And, you know, she should acknowledge how wrong she went in her motherhood of Chris. You know, vile, horrible. I think we should do a special episode on Cindy Watts. Very uncomfortable.
Excused and released.
You may, and if we could approach.
Thank you, sir. Have a good remainder of your day.
Look at him sitting there on his own, fucking twat. Just look at him. I mean, everything about him. Just avoid this guy.
Folks, I'm advised that this would be for the scheduling and presentation of witnesses, a good point to break.
It is a good point to break, isn't it, Judge Highland? I need to get back to my model trains also, guys. So I'm going to head off at 4:20, and we'll be back tomorrow evening, or maybe in the day. Who knows? No, we've got to get back to an Adelson episode. I've got to finish this edit on Wendy Adelson. Maybe if I dedicate the whole day tomorrow, I could get it done by the evening. Hopefully. Gotta climb back up those numbers, guys. We need an Adelson video. We need a damn good Adelson video, and I've got one in the pipeline. It's just about ready to launch. It's about ready to drop. It's hot. It's ready to go. Well, it's not ready to go. I gotta get it ready to go. Then I gotta put it out there. And then we'll go on for the Adelson video. Maybe we shouldn't do a long one. Maybe we should do like hour chunks of Adelson. Maybe that'll be the thing to climb up those subscribers. You know, we've had people actually unsubscribe. Can you imagine? Fuckers. That's why I was like, well, maybe it's because I do the coffee announcements too much. Maybe I should stop doing that. Well, that didn't really work. I need to keep doing that. Anyway, their loss, as far as I'm concerned. We only lost about seven people we don't need. That's fine. That's fine. But it's the first time I've ever seen the subscriber count go down. Ever, guys. So we need to climb it back up. Climb it back up. They'll all come running back. They'll be begging. They'll be begging to get back on the True Crime Metrix train. And, oh, sorry. Don't say train. Judge Highland will get a hard on. Oh, man. So do you want to come around this Saturday? Yeah. My wife, she'll be at church all weekend. We can just talk trains. Trains and ships and bottles. Okay, we'll see you all tomorrow, guys, at some point, okay? Good night, guys. Good night. Thank you for everybody in the chat and everybody who left some support on the coffee. Thank you, guys. Good night.